as we come into today, um, session number 4. Um,
Wild.
so, I know. The banners for the Citizens Volunteer Force still hang on lampposts and off street signs across Old Haven as the spring weather gets warmer with each passing day. It is evening, and the large 3-story schoolhouse of dusty yellow stone sees most of its inhabitants away or asleep. Yet in the dull red glow of a Magitech screen, a deeply tanned and scarred wood elf writes a few halting lines on paper, her brow furrowed in thought. Casta, I apologize for not writing you in quite honestly years. I made lieutenant last cycle. It has been hard work. I'm sure you are aware that Class 137, the newest class of volunteers, recently joined the ranks. My cohort is beginning to find sponsors and agree to stay in the dorms within the schoolhouse. Do you remember how anxious we were to make a good impression? Well, it appears your sibling and the squad are just as eager. As the fates would have it, I'm their lieutenant. I hope it brings you comfort to know that Haze and the other members of her team show much ambition and promise. They have already completed 2 jobs, defended each other well in a planar incursion, and scored hundreds all around on their first test. It would be accurate to call them the top of their class already. I heard that they debated between being sponsored by Jet. You remember her, right? The alchemist who runs Cerulean Spade? And Lord Zarius Malraki, a new lord of Old Haven. I just finished the paperwork and they chose Lord Malraki. An intriguing choice for sure, but... You see, she leans back for a second before crumpling up the parchment and kind of tossing it to the side. I really have nothing to say other than about this job. But, Lieutenant Villutina's not wrong. Your squad has been busy in the first 2 weeks since the signing ceremony. And not only with volunteer training and sponsor hunting. Before the test on Saturday, Teddy had quite the cataclysmic dream of a sprawling city, planar corruption, and fire and water from the heavens. You all trekked out to 3 gardens and saw the villa of Garagnush Salehi, the gentleman druid, leaving a note for him upon his return. A Shadowfell merge brought gloom and anxiety to the afternoon, but you made it back to the schoolhouse unscathed. You had dinner of fish on a stick with Jaden, learned more about him and the divide amongst old and new nobility of Old Haven. The guest house of Lord Zarius Malraki is now your home, as you all spent time cleaning it up and moving your things in, finally settling in for your first evening. Back in the schoolhouse, in the red light, Lialia starts again. Kesta, I truly have no one to blame, but myself for not keeping up with our correspondence the past few years. Let me strike up the conversation once again. How have you been? I hope better. As the night fades, you all rest and prepare for the week ahead. That's our little recap of what happened. As seen through the eyes of your lieutenant, and also a maybe reliable narrator. So as we move into today's game, we're gonna do downtime activities. So if everyone except Meg would like to roll a d20, Meg gets an automatic 1. Then we'll see. Do little rollies for who gets to go first.
Besties, you're not gonna believe this. I got a nat 20.
Oh, I got
Oh
8.
my god.
because I got a nat 19.
Jeez.
Aw,
So
All right.
high rollers over
every
here.
single time.
Every time. All right. So
Every
going to let me pull up the calendar here and get a bit better, get a bit more joyful music here. But yeah, so last session we ended on the 11th on 4/11, the 4th month, the 11th day. You all had just basically gotten the keys to the guest house of Lord Malaraki, and we're moving your things in. And so essentially what day we are picking back up on is the 20th. So a full week and a day. 20th, which is Tuesday. So yeah. Haze, what have you been up to in
Boy.
the time that was not being played?
Let me look. Oh god. Can I hold my 20 for later?
Do you want to hold your action?
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay. Is anybody else like actually ready? Because I'm not ready. I don't want to go first. I did this
Marigold, do you
last
want to go
Saturday,
first?
so I'm not 20 for this situation. Like,
Marigold, you want to go?
I'm also not ready. Like, I think Morgan rolled a nat 20, and I think the dice gods have spoken.
All right. Yeah, because otherwise we're gonna just make it down the list, and because I know that Xanthi messaged me, Xanthi personally, and was like, "Do I have to write things? I don't know what I've done this week." So,
I can
we're
go
gonna go
first,
in order
that's
then.
fine.
Yeah,
I'll go first.
it's okay if you don't have to have crazy stuff. We're meant to have downtime to like move things along. It's okay if you're like, I went to training and then slept because 12-hour days suck. Like,
Honestly, like who's the god of this world?
I kept it general, so don't feel bad.
I have
yeah.
so much. I'm just like, I don't know. It's just going first is the thing. Yeah. On the 12th, we have class.
Yep. Class Monday,
gonna do that?
Monday, Wednesday,
Monday.
Friday, free day. You have your 12-hour days from 8 to 8.
Wow, not so free, is it?
No.
Yeah. Doing good in class, probably. Who knows? Achieving at an acceptable and appropriate rate.
Learning your class skills.
We are loading some books, fam. And then afterwards, Hazel wants to talk to Zarius and see if what he learned about their family, and if that's like a thing that you'd rather roleplay like later on once like the actual days get started. Let me know.
I think that's something more for
Okay.
RP. So we can say that you keep meaning to like catch Zarius to ask him, but despite this man has no job because he's
so elusive.
He really doesn't if he doesn't come out of his house, it is a bit hard to get a hold of him because he has said that he has requested you do not enter his house, you know, uninvited.
His house if he has not to.
Yeah. So it is kind of hard to get a hold of him, and you know.
Yeah, especially with having class all the time. And, yeah. All right, and then we're doing Typhoon Takedown the next day, so hanging around listening to that.
Yeah. So I'll say again, the Typhoon Takedown. You sent out. You all like wanted to invite Zarius and Jaden, I believe. Jaden can't make it. He has patrol, but he says he'll definitely be there next week. That's what we're picking up on next week. And also, it's another
recap.
It's another repeat. It's actually a repeat of the week before, which is kind of upsetting. Yeah. So what's your uncle doing?
Is he okay? It seems a little.
Well, okay, it's It's not his fault. If there's like a back-to-back kind of repeat, it's the station. You know, they just I don't know what they're doing, but yeah, it just means that he's working on something great, and we'll hear about it when it happens.
Hopefully. Yeah. Hopefully it's not that. And
We missed the intro the first time round, so
yeah.
I think it's fine. We got to the full
There's
experience.
a lot of like cool music, and it's like
yeah, they're
Essence
things
of
that you don't-
Typhoon Cirrus here with Typhoon Takedown.
The intro really adds to it. So, I mean, really, you have to do the start to finish.
Yeah.
And there are things that you don't catch the first time.
That's true.
Yeah.
I personally like the ads too, so I mean,
the ads.
just the whole thing, start to finish, just top tier.
And then, so it was Teddy's thing on Wednesday, gonna be a thing for roleplay or not?
You can just skip anything that's like someone else's centric thing that you're going to tag along to, and we'll come back to it when it's that person's, thing to
Okay.
cover.
For sure.
That way they get to deal with it.
For sure.
Because I know you all are already like glued to each other, and you're like, I'll go wherever you're going.
It's not that, it's just convenience.
There's a lot of
And
codependency
also,
in this group.
we're not codependent.
It's called team bonding.
It's
It's not
sure,
codependency,
I'll
it's
go.
team bonding.
Yeah, it's FOMO. I'm with friends, leave me alone.
Mm-hmm. So.
And yeah, Wednesday, try to get Zara's attention to ask about home gym, if that's a situation that could be set up. 'Cause I figure
he seems a bit flustered. Not about that question, about something. Sorry, fluster's probably not the right word. He seems a bit out, like whatever the hell I'm doing right now, unable to make sentences. But he's like, oh, that's fine. So he approves. You get a stamp of approval on making a little home gym near the pool area.
Yeah, put a punching bag out there.
That scrawny little man doesn't even know what a gym is.
This poor little guy. Straightest little tweak. Let's go. And dang, all of my stuff is like roleplay stuff. I hate this.
Almost like you want to roleplay a character, because that's what D&D is.
I know. Yeah. And then just like throughout the week, doing home gym stuff. And then while in town, looking for like thrift stores, consignment shops. Trying to keep an eye out for the soapbox guy again. Kind of get in mind like if he's like a regular any certain place, if he like sets up on this certain day at this certain time, or if it's kind of like sporadic, or if he doesn't show up again at all.
Yeah, so
that Haze can
you
go
see
talk
that
to him.
he on Thursdays it seems to be a day when he sets up, but his time that he goes doesn't seem to be super consistent. So like you catch him right as he's leaving on that Thursday, which was a bit earlier than it was last time. So you gather that Thursdays though might be a time to stake out the that square if you want to hear his full
Stay there all day.
his full speech.
For sure. Yeah, probably try to do that during one of the Thursdays or the day stay, and listen, and then maybe try to talk to him at a later date.
Mhm.
Or like at least ask like if there's like a petition or anything, like what is the situation? Is there anything that we could do as like citizens and volunteers to help out, etc.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'd say you missed his speech this day, and I think we're gonna pick back up before another one. So
For sure,
Might
yeah.
have to put that in the queue.
Everything's in the queue.
The problem with playing a game where the days go by, you're like, I
I
need to
know.
wait for this specific day for my parsnips to grow.
Honestly, I was literally just thinking, sorry.
Sorry, the general store's closed today.
Exactly, yeah.
Every single time I need to go to Pierre's, it's on Wednesday. I'm like, oh my god. And I gotta go to Clint's on Fridays. But oh my god. Anyway, yeah, yeah, and doing good, doing my best. I don't have anything that's like can be glossed over really.
Okay, that makes
everything
sense
that I
for
thought
starters.
would have been
Yeah.
glossed over apparently cannot be. So
Yeah. No, that's I imagine there'll be more things to gloss over possibly as we keep going.
yeah, because we also had a beach day planned for Day the 15th, but I don't know if that's something that can be glossy or if that's something that we would want to role play. I don't know.
I'd say considering you all have gone to the beach a few times already,
We can make it a regular
that's
thing.
probably something, yeah. That is chill. Because you're not really going super far. You're still staying within the city
Mhm.
area. So
Yeah, is the pool clean by the end of the week?
it depends. Is Marigold letting you clean the pool, or does Marigold want the pool to remain all
He did
mossy?
say last night on Sibs that Marigold likes the pseudo pond that we have.
Yeah, she likes it. I mean, I don't think she'd protest if you'd want to clean it, but she thinks it's fine the way it is.
Makes sense. Yeah, I'd love to try to clean it up.
Yeah, I'd say it's like 75% there.
Sick.
So, but yeah, anything else for Haze alone that wouldn't be, Haze joining with someone else or the group doing things?
The only alone things I have are talking to NPCs. So,
okay. Punching a punching bag. That's it.
Bags. Yeah, doing little spars.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well then, with that, we'll move over to Marigold.
Okay, so sorry, I'm getting the calendar up. Okay, so I guess the first day we have class, so spends most of the day doing class stuff, and then on Tuesday she would go shopping to decorate her new room.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, she probably already has done some shopping, like, on the day that they moved in. But, like, getting some of the, like, finer details, like nice lights and art for the wall and plants and just, like, all of the kind of, like, frills. Since they've gotten kind of the necessities out of the way. I think she would also, like, have taken stock of what kind of things are in the kitchen and have bought some things to kind of fill it out.
There's one pot, one pan, one knife, one wooden spoon.
Yeah, Marigold walks downstairs into the kitchen and
no
she's like,
silverware.
This will not do. So I think she does try to track down... No, I know she wouldn't track down Sirius for this. Yeah, she would just go out and, like, stock up their kitchen with, like, all the things that they need. If someone wanted to tag along with her, she would gladly love the help to carry this stuff back. Because her little octopus that's carrying all her bags for her is getting tired.
I love so much things for you. Got you. That's the way to go through things, so it works.
And so she would, like, get the kitchen all stocked up, get all sorts of, like, food and snacks for everyone. And then I think she would, like, cook up some, like, little pastries for them to eat while they listen to Typhoon Takedown. And then on Wednesday, more volunteer stuff. She will have made everyone breakfast before they all head out. Unless anyone makes their own breakfast, but she, like, has breakfast ready for everyone in the morning.
It's gonna be like that Disney like special where there's like a whole buffet and then everyone's like a strawberry and then like I gotta go to class and they don't touch
Literally.
any of the other food.
Literally. Oops, I'm so sorry. My mic just tipped over. That wasn't too loud.
Grab a piece of toast and run out the door with it in our mouth.
Exactly.
Awful. Terrible. And so Thursday or Des Day is the beach day. Marigold would definitely be doing beach stuff, swimming in the water, soaking up the sun, just having a great time. And then on free day, after class, I think Marigold would stay. I think it's free day that whichever of the class days that Meg said that Teddy would stick around and ask Leah like something. Marigold would stay because she's kind of curious, and I think she might ask about what the heck planar corruption means, and she finds that interesting as well. And if Teddy wants to talk to her about that, then she will have talk to him about it. I think then Saturday and Sunday, Marigold mostly stays at the villa and starts wanders around, looking at the layout of the gardens, trying to figure out how she wants to arrange things and spruce things up, what kinds of plants she wants to look into purchasing and where she wants to put them, just kind of making a general design and layout so that way she can bring this to Zarius for his approval before she starts working on it. And she would also do some meal prepping. She would make everyone little, those cute videos where it's making packing lunch for my boyfriend, or
Make his little
making
bento?
my wife's 12-hour shift or 24-hour shift meals, a little bento that have little themes and are really cute, and she has a little note for each of them, and she kind of meal preps those and puts them in the fridge so that way they can have them for class in the week. And she does some baking, probably bake some cookies, and she also would this weekend check in on Zarius and be like, hi, I'm making everyone meals. If you're ever wanting to come over and get some dinner or breakfast, I have lots of food. And so she would invite him to eat with them. And is there anything else? Oh yeah, one of the days she would go out and she would use some of the money that she's got to buy a few more healing potions and see if she could find someone to identify that ruby. And she would do this without mentioning it to the rest of the party.
Okay. How many healing potions are you getting? You could go visit Jet. She's, very happy to see you.
Yeah, I think I'll
Fellow
probably...
Water Genasi.
And Marigold loves Jet's store so much. You said each one was 50 gold, right?
50 for a regular. Yep, I'm going standard
for a regular
pricing.
Okay, so I think I'll get 2, so then she'll have 3 total. And I think she would ask Jet about the ruby, and if Jet can't identify it for her, she would ask if she knows someone who can.
And I wrote this down. Hold on. I'm pretty sure I remember what nope, that's not it.
Okay, just to get my math right so I can make this easier for myself, 100 gold, which is the cost of 2 healing potions, is 10 platinum. So I can just subtract 10 platinum from my 30. Okay. Sweet.
So yeah, when you ask about the identify, she lets you know that the Marut Society will charges a fee and will identify items. However, due to backlog, it can take 1d6 plus 1 days to get an item identified. And they are really the only ones who she knows of that will do it. Doesn't mean they are the only ones, just the only ones she knows.
I am going to table that for a future visit to our friend Kesh that I will
Okay.
make on another one of our free days. But right now I have some more things to do around the house, so I will just put that off until
That in
our
your
next
mind.
free day, and then I can go talk to Kesh and see if I can get an in.
All right. So, anything else that Marigold?
Kind of. I
wonder
think
Look,
if I can
when you-
ask the.
I think Marigold would be an amazing trad wife Instagram person, but she definitely does not believe in the trad wife ideals. You
Look,
know,
you can be anyone you want to be in D&D, okay?
She's-
Including a trad wife.
What is trad wife?
she's the cottage core housewife. She
My
is
party wanted some healing
the-
potions, so I went out and gathered all
Got
the ingredients to make
Ingredients.
them some from scratch.
because I don't keep any in the house. I don't believe in regular
Yeah.
healing.
I don't believe in shelf-stable goods.
Shelf-stable goods.
Oh my god.
I also
Um,
wonder if we can just ask the mage that's in our context about identify. It's busy though.
Hey Xanthi, could I speak to your brother?
I'd like to speak to my brother, but that's not happening. So I doubt if he's making time for me. No offense, but I doubt he's gonna make time for me.
She really said get in line.
Look, there's a backlog either way, okay? The Mara Society has, apparently they're very busy, all of them. It's what happens when you control magic. Suddenly, if you're in charge of it all, you're busy all the time.
I also just realized that Marigold's charisma is just networking. She's gonna know a lot of people.
That's charisma.
that
That's
she can go
that's
to.
it.
I love that for her.
Yeah.
She's
Get it.
integrating herself within the Old Haven social scene, and she will emerge
Victorious.
with multiple love interests. I hope.
All right.
Yeah, pretty much.
Anything
But
else?
no, that
from
that
Marigold?
is all for Marigold. She is busy being a trad wife, I guess.
Beautiful. Well, all right. So, Xanthi, what have you been up to in the past week or so?
Well, I don't think I can go specific by day because I did not get
That's
that
okay.
specific. But yeah, obviously trying just to do her best in class, taking lots of notes, being super attentive, asking a lot of questions. She's probably that person who's like raising her hand like all the time and asking follow-ups. I think probably doing some more exploring in downtime. Just wants to check out the city. Decorating her room. She would definitely, if there's a shopping trip happening, she would be so down. So she has probably never like had this much money to, or this
I'd say,
many
yeah.
shops, this many
Most
places
of you probably haven't.
to spend money. Like there's actually like multiple shops here with all sorts of non-necessary items that are just like fun, and so she is probably just really yes, she does.
Wow, we have a
remind me
trad
of
wife
her.
and someone who reminds the teacher about homework. What is this
narc?
group? We have a narc, a trad wife, and nepo babies. Like, come on.
Yeah. She like asks for like,
Extra
additional
homework.
like stretch assignments.
Extra credit.
Just to challenge herself, But yeah, definitely shopping trip. Super excited for the typhoon takedown. Probably doing just some more prayer and meditation in downtime. Kind of wandering the the outside of the estate, just familiarizing herself with the lay of the land. I think that's pretty much it, I think.
Cool. Yeah.
I mean, socializing, obviously.
Yeah.
She want to like chit chat and also further the gambling ring that's going on among the volunteers now.
Can't say y'all don't have depth. You'll ask the teacher for extra homework, but we'll also run a gambling ring.
For sure. Just
Strong
for fun.
balance.
Yeah.
Okay, balance.
You need to, relax after a long day of not asking nonstop questions.
Sure. She wants to make friends here, so she's socializing and with all the people she hasn't met yet.
Absolutely. Cool. So if there's nothing else, I think it'll be Teddy's turn.
Yes. I didn't end up rewriting my thing because I forgot that I needed to do that. So sorry.
That's okay. We're doing it live.
We're doing it live. Coming to you live.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's a couple of conversations that I would like to roleplay out if people are willing.
Yeah.
Largely with chatting with our not professor, lieutenant. And then also I want to have some chit chats with Haze about some stuff. My roomie.
Me?
Yeah, roomie.
So yeah, I think probably after class on Wednesday is probably when he'd be like, can I talk after class? Just kind of like flag and have a little chit chat with Lydia.
Yeah.
Lieutenant.
You can absolutely have a chat with the lieutenant after class on Wednesday.
What are we learning about this week in class also?
So this week it is Lialia's specialty, hand-to-hand combat. You all are doing like hand-to-hand combat for non-monks.
Nice.
And she's kicking everyone's ass. So actually it's her least favorite. It's her least favorite thing to teach is the non-monks how to do hand-to-hand combat. She's like,
Fair.
She's like, come on, where are your abs?
Yeah, I think after most people kind of filter out, I know Marigold is planning on staying and listening in. Xanthi or Haze? Also? I'm just curious. I just want to know.
I would lurk if my group mates are looking. I think she would literally just be like, "What are we doing? Are we waiting or?"
Haze does not lurk. Haze is like, okay, you have something that you don't want to be public. I respect that, and I'm gonna be way over here. Might go check out the portrait hall while you're talking.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I think he'd probably just kind of say, do we call her professor? What do we like?
No, you call her lieutenant.
Okay.
Yeah. Because she doesn't teach a lot of she teaches some specific things. She's really more like your homeroom teacher.
Got it.
Like she's in charge of
class who are also the football coach, so you call the coach instead of Mr.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
heard. Lieutenant, I was wondering, while we are still learning a lot about being volunteers and everything, is it possible for more than one plane to merge at a time? Has that been documented before?
Not in a very long time. At least not that I am aware of. It's not my specialty. But that is a good point. I could reach out to the Planar scholars, see if they would have someone come speak who has more information on or more knowledge. She was like, "Let me write that down." But No, not since much closer to the plane of flood. 650 years ago. I believe it was way more common then. I am a full elf, but I was not around back then, so.
Sure, yes, thank you. I had just one other question. Does the phrase or term planar corruption mean anything? Like, is that something that Teddy would even, like, acknowledge as, like, something he's heard before, or is that, like, just
Give
completely,
me
like...
a Arcana or History check.
Okay, I think I have decent history. Yeah, wow. Natural 1 for a 3. So,
No, Teddy does
I don't know.
not recall that. Yeah. You see that. My turn.
Sure.
For Lialia. Let's see how much she's aware. A 9. This is going well.
Slay.
Yeah. She's like, I could guess what that is about, but sometimes people are born during planar merges and have an affinity to that plane, but no, I don't think it is exactly that. Again, not my specialty. She kind of just like crosses her arms, and it's just like, and you're like, ah, yes, not your specialty. But she goes, yeah, she flexes, but she's like, no, but I will talk to the commander about getting a guest speaker. I think that could be really good for the entirety of the class. She's absolutely going to be like, so my star pupils came up with a brilliant idea. And everyone else is going to be like, oh my god, we have fucking mandatory Sunday, like...
Guest lecture.
Yeah, a mandatory Sunday guest lecture because of you all. But no, cool. She's like, yeah, I will look into that. But if you find anything, I would be curious to know as well.
When you say find anything, like information thereabout, or?
Yes, I feel like I have learned or heard the term planar corruption before. It is just escaping me now. To be honest, I have not done much book learning since I was a first year, so...
Very understandable.
She said I left school and I've never picked up a book again.
And I never looked back, yeah. Okay, well, thank you very much. I will keep my ear to the ground, and if I learn anything, I will be sure to let you know.
Wonderful. And she looks and sees Marigold and Xanthi just kind of like standing in the corner waiting for you. And it's like, do you need anything as well?
Oh no, we're just waiting.
I love the idea that Marigold's just standing. We're just waiting in the corner. Exactly. It's like, yes, okay.
All T-posing.
Yeah.
I see that you all just traveled together.
Yeah.
Largely,
a squad, yes.
Yeah, we didn't want Teddy to have to walk back by himself, so.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant. And he will,
of course,
depart.
Perfect. Yeah, you all depart. You catch, or easily enough, you see Haze, your squad, as they walk out of the hallway towards the exit. Yeah, and you can easily catch up with them if you so choose.
Choose.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, you all get back. We'll say you wanted to talk with Haze, or is there anything you
Yes.
wanted to talk to anyone else about? Maybe as you're walking. Otherwise, we can skip to like one evening when y'all are getting ready for bed.
I mean, does
for talking to
anybody
Haze.
else know about planar corruption? I'll kind of poll the group here.
Marigold definitely was like curious. Can
But
I
I
actually make an
read
Arcana roll about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah. You and I'd
Except for
say
my
Haze,
lousy
you can
rolls.
also make it as well because I assume Teddy, you're gonna be like,
Yeah.
does anyone else know about
Have you
planar?
guys have you ever heard of this thing that came to me in a dream?
I got a very average number on the dice.
Did you get a 10?
Yes. Let me see.
Because
what
I
my
also got a
modifiers
10 on the
go.
die.
I rolled a natural 20.
Oh my
Oh.
This is the first one I've ever
Oh.
rolled.
Nice.
nice.
Better than my 13.
Hell yeah. All right. So yeah, much like Marigold and Haze, much like Lieutenant Lialia, you're not sure. You can kind of make some like you're like I know what those two words are separately. I can put them together. Yeah. You're like I can kind of figure it out. Xanthi, this is something that you recall your cleric friend mentioning, and specifically because for the rest of you that have lived mostly not out in Serendity's Roost or other places that are outside the free cities, planar corruption is still a term that's used there. And Xanthi, it is when someone is they don't necessarily have to be born during a planar merge, but they essentially get extremely fucked up by a planar merge, and have basically things happen to their body, corruption, that should kill them but doesn't. So we're talking like swirling limbs of fire, swirling limbs of air, torsos of air, your head being replaced by just a raging fire, limbs that are, devilish, only being able to breathe underwater all of a sudden when that's not the race you started as. So a lot of these very extreme, usually immediate planar allergy. That's me every time right now,
Planar
allergic to
allergy.
everything. But no, they usually happen or come to fruition during a planar merge. And for whatever reason, the terms kind of faded and it within the kind of free cities as a whole, but it's something the old ways out in Serenity's Roost still talk about. You haven't seen it, like you haven't personally experienced it, and you do imagine that it's something that like has been more popular in the past. That is less now. Meg
wasn't
spamming
me.
things.
Don't
Who,
run
Morgan?
that one on
I just
me.
see an M and I'm like, who is it? I'm gonna.
That bitch.
It's like who's shit posting in the general chat. It's
I'm sorry,
probably
what you said
Meg.
about oh yeah, whenever you said your hand just turns to a ball of fire, I thought about those old Gushers commercials.
Yeah.
So
Oh my
I had to
God.
get on it, okay?
But yeah, that is what you learn, Xanthi, and you can share with the group.
Yeah, of course. She'll just
If
like
you
start
choose.
rattling this off. She's like never seen it, but you know. Sounds really really messed up.
You don't see this expression from Marigold a lot, but she looks like genuinely horrified and terrified.
Oh no.
Are you alright,
Sad
Marigold?
about that.
Oh, yeah, that just sounds really awful.
Insight check.
Yeah.
I don't know how much insight is need to be checked. You all know what you heard both sides of the you heard what Xanthi said and you know it's related. You don't need an insight check to know it's something, and you won't get any inner thoughts by doing an insight check. So yeah, you know that Marigold is not liking whatever that information was that just came out.
I'll just like kind of give her like a pat on the arm and be like, I mean, I don't think it happens that often. I mean, I've never seen it, so I mean, I guess that doesn't mean, but from the sounds of it, it's really not a common occurrence. So
Yeah. She just sort of looks worriedly off into the distance. She's kind of like playing with her inky hair.
And then the walk back was silent for the next 15 minutes.
Honestly.
An awkward walk back.
I think like by the time they get back to like the gate and like go inside, Marigold's like, you can see she's intentionally like gone back to her like kind of cheery
Sure.
personality. Chipper.
Yeah.
Sure.
Duly noted.
Yeah. Well then, if there's nothing else in that regard, I know Teddy wanted to talk to Haze.
Wow. Yeah,
I know
I
your secrets.
it. Please interrogate me.
Yeah. I think either like if we do have another beach day or at some point, I don't know if Haze is like training with like guns out, you know,
Yeah,
whatever.
absolutely.
Suns out, guns out.
Probably.
I think he might kind of just say like, I'm not as used to seeing tattoos. What does yours
Really?
mean, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, this points to the giant crescent moon on the shoulder arm area. It's like it's kind of symbolizes my hometown. Got it right before I left, so it's still new. But yeah, not much to say really. Yeah, it's just represents Lumen, and my family is from there. As am I, of course. So it's meaningful in that regard.
That seems like a great way to keep a piece of home with you as you travel.
Yeah. Tattoo's not very common in Goddess.
Oh, I mean, lots of the dock hands have them, but nobody in my immediate circles, none of my family, as far as I know.
Yeah.
It's very neat.
Yeah. I mean, could always get you one while we're here.
Perhaps.
You could just get the Tratus Dragon. It also just occurred to me that it's the Lumen Crescent. That's the equivalent of American Eagle. You just got an American Eagle.
I thought about it last night too. I was like, oh my god. Because after the build, I was like,
Mhm.
oh my god, wait.
It's
I
just like
literally...
a traditional eagle, you know.
That's so
great. God.
Get yourself a little dragon, Teddy.
Yeah, maybe he will.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if Teddy actually would like push much more than that. I think he's just kind of like, oh, cool, sick, dope.
Yeah.
Sick tattoo, man.
Sick
Brother.
Sweet,
Hell,
sick
sick
tat.
Yeah, sick tat, bro.
He dabs you up.
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
And then Teddy starts sparring with you.
Bro hug. No, I'm just kidding.
Is Teddy good at dabbing?
Is he smooth?
I don't think he's good at
No,
dabbing,
probably not.
honestly.
I know. Let's roll for dab.
Yeah,
Okay.
roll for dab.
16, so
Oh,
above
wow.
average dabber.
9.
Below average. Wow, what's going on here?
Subpar dabbery from Haze here.
I mean, Haze is not a bro. You think that just because
No.
they're paladin?
I don't think
they're
Teddy's much of a bro either.
I think Teddy got like cornered by some dock hands when he was like 14, and they're like, we're gonna teach you how to dab someone up, and
Yeah.
they didn't let you leave until you got it right, and that's why you're good
Yeah.
at it.
I feel like Valiant's
so
probably
cute.
like
Yeah.
really into it, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Great.
Valiant led the no, you wouldn't have done Valiant. I was like, Valiant led the charge, but no. Cool. All right. So, anything else, Teddy, from your time? Are you doing?
Nah, I can bug Haze about the mirror later.
Are you researching? Are you doing any
Yes,
research?
lots of research. Oh yeah, I forgot to actually look at the list of things that I wrote out. Yeah, Teddy
You're
wants
like,
to do
I was like,
a
I
lot
know you
of
want to research.
he wants to read up on like the planar flood. Like if there are any accounts of like multiple planes. He also wants to do some looking up into like kind of symbols and like the tattoo that he saw in his dream. He wants to see if he can find any like, does it represent a guild or is it in like Thieves' Cant? Or I mean he doesn't know Thieves' Cant, but you know,
Yeah,
is
yeah,
it
yeah.
some kind of like secret
Is there
meaning, you know?
a
trying
symbol?
to
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's spending a lot of his free time in the library, either at the schoolhouse or if there's like a public library too, he might spend some time over there.
So,
You tell me what is
yes.
available.
So, unlike Tratus, which has a lot of public libraries, hashtag fund your local library, Old Haven does not. They specifically have basically every single amount of information is owned by someone and under lock and key that you have to pay some price.
Bruh.
This is also
Okay.
me going off the rules of downtime research from Xanthars, but it is good. So essentially, 50 gold is for materials, essentially getting access to renting whatever these different books. There's quite a few different like little local places you can go to because you're so new to the city. You don't really know the best place to go. You're bouncing around a lot, so it is 50 gold, and then you can spend 50 gold extra to get a +1 bonus to your roll up to +6. So you could spend 300 gold to get
All
up to
of
a
my
+6
money.
bonus, all of your money. But you don't have to. You have to spend that 50 to at least get access, and then
Sure.
it's just going to be a I guess this would be a history check, which you're
Mhm.
quite good at. So
Yeah, okay.
and then yeah, the outcome will determine how much lore you learn.
I'll spend an additional 50, so a total of 100. I
Okay.
also have a savvy point that I think I'll throw into that.
Well, you can save the savvy point until you see what you roll.
You're right. I will do that.
So, yeah.
Saving my savvy. Spending 100 gold.
Sweet.
Bye. Okay. And it's you said a history check.
Yep, history for this is you're looking into kind of that what happened in your dream.
Okay. It's a 14. I think I will do the savvy point. It's a D6.
Yes.
Okay. Big money. Okay, a 5. So that's gonna bump me up to a 19.
19. Cool. So yeah, with that you learn 2 pieces of lore. So yeah, as you have been flipping through all these things, looking for stuff about what was it again that you were the planar flood, because you now got
Multi-merging.
you got that name from, or that information from Lieutenant Lialia. So yeah, the first thing you learn is that this multiplane merge and the planar flood is a very specific term that is capital P capital F planar flood. It's what happened 650 years ago. It killed hundreds of thousands of people, and it was essentially this super advanced city called Ienius, which I'll send in the chat, which was home to a ton of mages. From what you can find, something happened, and the city exploded, and this planar flood happened, which was when all of the planes converged, not just a couple, all of them, and then simultaneously that explosion pulled them all back apart, and is the reason why the weather is the way it is these days. The origin of global warming, essentially. And so that is what you learned about the planar flood. The Magocracy of Ioneus is the city's like ruling and name. And then you've managed to flip through a bunch of like different textbooks trying to like find things. Very hard. Oftentimes it feels more like people are just telling stories than like actual accounts. Even though there's a lot of long-lived races in D&D, or I guess in this universe, it is hard to find actual like first-person accounts. But you do find one, apparently written from a survivor, that says, "In our final moments, there was no one to pray to, no solace to be found, for we had struck their names from our minds, and the halls of the gods laid silent."
Is there a name attached to that account?
Yeah,
at
it's
all?
called Survivor from Ioneus.
Okay. Duly noted.
Unfortunately. But you do see it's like in a very like worn, tiny little journal looking book. So maybe reputable. But that is what you get, that name and the description of this planar flood and what happened during that time.
Question for you. You mentioned something about like Magocracy. What was
Mhm.
that? Will you just tell me about that?
Magocracy.
Yeah, Magocracy.
So that's basically a ruling council of archmages.
Okay, got it. I typed it out, and then I was like, I don't think that's how you spell that. And then I was too concerned about spelling it correctly
to be like, listen. Yeah.
Unfortunately, so thank you.
Yeah, no
that.
problem.
He doesn't find anything about tattoos.
The tattoo doesn't seem to be, at least in regards to like the planar flood, maybe not connected.
Cool.
So unfortunately, no.
I think his
It's like
big
actually
question now.
there's like on the page on the side there's a little sticky note and it's like tattoo.
Yeah. I feel like his big burning question now is like, did he have like a vision of something that already happened? Because originally he was like, oh, I saw something that was like maybe, going to happen, but I don't know. I think he's perplexed because I am also perplexed. So cool. Thanks. I learned stuff.
Yeah.
And it's in my notes now.
I will say, when Teddy reads some of the stuff about the planar flood, it does sound very similar to what he saw in his dreams.
Well, and it sounded like Ioneus who saw.
Mm-hmm.
Also, eyes emoji.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's what you get with your research.
Sweet. I think let me double check my daily log. I think that's pretty much everything.
I do think that's, unless there's something new, I did write down some things, so I was like, I like that you all do put things in there because then I can be like, ooh, let me prepare for this. Yeah. But all right. Well then, if there's nothing else for as we get to this point, we will pick up on Tuesday, 4:20. Nice. About 30 minutes before Typhoon Takedown is about to start. Did you message Jaden inviting him again? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then yeah, you see that Jaden, Haze, you get a message from Jaden that's just like, on my way, should be there in 10. And you Do you give him any specific information about how to get in the house or how to get in the gate, or do you just
Yeah.
let him ring the doorbell?
No,
Ring the ring
Yeah, probably
doorbell.
let him know what's up. I did kind of want to go before to like get snacks and now and later for the show.
Yeah.
Get snacks and drinks. So
Yeah, you're able to easily do that.
Yeah.
We'll say you see that when you get snacks at now and later, if anyone goes with you.
Sure. This is the shop. This is the cool shop that Jaden said, right?
Yeah, this is the place that
Yeah.
Jaden said.
With the cheap sandwiches.
Yeah. You see as you all head there, it's, about to be 7, I think 7:30. I don't recall when I exactly said that Typhoon Takedown comes on, but it's almost that time in the evening. You see that there's the Magitech sign that says now and later above this little cutaway. So it's basically just like a little alcove in the wall, tons of items on a display case. Like food, beverages, little trinkets, like a little bodega alcove. And you see a teenage gnome who's kind of sitting there, who appears to have like a cat's tail. As you can see it kind of like flicking idly behind him as he's waiting for a customer. But yeah, you're right now. The monthly special is mushroom and cheese sando for 2 copper, plus all varieties of like
Ham and
brown bag
Swiss.
brown bag chips. So you can easily grab some snacks, some random like juices in a bottle,
Sick.
whatever you want.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Snacks.
We'll say that's like
pick up ones that I think Zarius and Jude might like.
yeah. Good
Yeah.
luck between those two.
Yeah, but I'm
um
guessing
yeah, I'd say it probably costs you like
a little variety.
like 3 silver. Yeah, 3 silver for all the snacks that you're able to get.
Sick. Yeah. All right, and is it
Yeah.
now and later, or is it now ampersand later, or is it now
It's
plus
now and then an N and then apostrophe later.
later? The secret fourth option.
Yeah.
All right.
Is it just kind of like a convenience store, or is it like they've got
Basically.
like okay, cool.
It's like a come and go.
Yeah, it's a medieval 7-Eleven. It's a medieval corner bodega
Slurpees?
of yeah.
Nancy will be looking at the keychains.
Yeah.
Random
look-
knickknacks.
You're gonna find her name on a keychain.
Yeah, so
They don't have it. What?
Xanthi, as you're like looking through everything, you see a few things that catch your eye. You see like this tankard that just has like the stop or like no sign like etched in it. You see a really intricate looking pipe, and you see just like what looks to be just like a pot with just like one little twig sticking out of it. Some interesting items there.
Okay. Random. Interesting selection.
Yeah.
She's gonna do anything about it. She'll go.
No, apparently not.
She'll probably like point like, what's this? To, like, the,
Oh, on point.
Wait, what's this? What about this? This
Yeah,
is
so as you point, you see that the little gnome, a teenage gnome, he just goes, oh, well, that's a tankard of sobriety. It's the specials we're selling, this month. We also have a pipe of smoke monsters and a pot of awakening.
Oh. Okay.
What is a pot of awakening?
Oh, well, basically, I open the. Basically, I open what it is. Basically, you let this little plant grow for 30 days, and then it magically transforms into a plant that's alive. Like like all plants are alive, but like
Yeah, I was gonna.
it'll step out of the pot, and then you can't use the pot anymore.
Is it like sentient?
I think they're pretty dumb, but technically.
I would love one.
Oh, okay. You see, he gets like flustered because like this is like the top shelf item that no one has enough tickets for at like an arcade, so no one's gonna buy them. That's essentially the same thing. He's like, oh, well, okay. And he like runs to the little register to flip and see the price. He's like, it's 75 gold pieces.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah. He like goes to lift it, but like he's almost the size of this little pot. It's a pretty decent sized pot.
Oh, wait, let me help you. And she's gonna conjure her little octopus to pick
Okay, I
the
thought
pot
you were
up.
gonna pick it up, and I was like,
No! Does she look like she carries anything?
yes, it's a 10-pound clay pot.
Perfect. That is as much as my mage hand can carry.
All right.
Or my mageopus.
No.
We're gonna workshop that. We're
Magi.
gonna get a good one. We're gonna get a good one.
You're magi.
Yes.
There you go. That's start counting 30 days from today.
Yay! Yeah.
You could just mark like the deadline, like the final day on the
Mhm.
calendar.
Yep.
Marigold, that's gonna be so much better than a hand.
Are you saying you don't like my octopus?
No, I meant like the dead hand. I meant the
Oh.
plant is gonna be better than the hand.
I don't think so. It doesn't sound like it can do chores.
Well,
I mean,
you
I
know
don't think you can compare the two, really.
Well, this could be like, I don't know. We don't know what the plant will be able to do.
The training shrub
Exactly.
to get
That's
you ready to have a pet
very
hand.
exciting.
A little plant pet.
I'm very excited. She like hugs the pot.
Are you going to name it?
Oh, of course. I'll have to feel out the vibe first.
Of course.
Get a sense for its personality.
You gotta wait till it's born. You know?
Yeah.
You see, as you all are talking about the pod plant, I'm imagining Haze is like making the normal purchases of like a few sandwiches, a drink, and you're all talking about a sentient shrub.
Yeah,
you see
and also looking for because the convenience stores have postcards. Are there postcards here?
roll me a flat 20 above 10.
Well,
Yes.
Hang on, that flew out.
Roll me
It
a
is a
20.
10.
All right, so yeah, there's postcards.
Sick. Does it sound like there's much of a selection though with the 10? Probably.
There's
That's
one.
what I would say.
And
Oh,
it's
no,
actually
one postcard?
it's just the shop like now and later. It's
Honestly-
just an image of that shop.
Honestly, that's fine. That's
Perfect.
that's nice. I want to get it. I want to get a little postcard.
All right, yeah. You see that this gnome seems very excited. And he's like, "Yeah, you all can please stop by any other time. I put another postcard in since you all bought so much. So
Thank you. You don't have to do that. We can pay for it. It's fine.
no, I insist.
Thank you.
My granny's gonna be so happy that I sold that pot of awakening. So
Oh, that's interesting.
what? What's it?
Oh,
My,
I don't
my-
know. I don't see why more people wouldn't want it.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Suddenly, Marigold forgot that it was $750. $7,000?
Oh my
No,
god.
750.
It's like I married a rich man.
Y'all touched that 2 days ago. Calm down.
He's
been a week.
giving me so much money. We're basically married at this. This is basically
Dowry.
the equivalent
Yeah.
of marrying a rich man.
Call him what he is.
Yeah.
Your sugar
If
daddy.
you think about it.
Mhm.
So.
Or his foster sugar children.
Yeah. So you see, he's like, yeah, no, yeah, come back anytime. We normally get new, kind of interesting little items like this in once a month. So check back in month 5.
Cool.
Yeah, of course. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, cool. You all take your snacks, your potted plant, your 10-pound potted plant, and you head back. We'll say that you're texting Jaden as you're heading back, and he manages to catch up with you all right as you're getting outside of the villa, I guess, the address. You see that he's got underneath his arm like a little mini keg of something, and you see he's like waves to you all. Wait, hold on. He waves with his almost better arm. It's been a week now. He's probably better, but he's carrying it in his other arm. He's like, so are we ready for Typhoon Takedown? I'm really excited. I'm sorry I couldn't make it last week. Just I had patrol, so.
It ended up being another rerun, according to Marigold, so I don't think you missed out on much.
Oh, okay. Well, cool. I'm excited to see your guys' place.
Oh yes, we've been doing a lot of decorating.
What did? And he points to the shrub.
Oh,
What
this
is-
is my new plant. It's going to be like a plant and a pet in 30 days. But not like a crawling hand.
Oh, like a plant mom. That's pretty cool. I like
Oh,
some people
yes,
say I give
I
off plant dad vibes, but I don't know.
Well, do you have any plants?
No.
Well, Well, I have a lot of plants, of all kinds of varieties.
Cool. Well, I'm excited to see this plant when it's full grown.
Oh, you'll definitely see it.
Why does that sound so threatening?
Not in 30 days.
Yeah. It'll be standing at the edge of your bed.
Like, that was personal.
He's like,
You'll
okay.
see it for sure.
Wonderful. He doesn't catch that. He's just like, great. Yeah. So you all go in, you get yourselves ready for the Typhoon Takedown. You get the snacks out. You see that Jaden brought a little keg of beer from the Tipsy Goat Tavern. So you got
Nice.
beer, you got snacks. You are missing one Lord Zarius Maraki.
Knock on his door.
Marigold's gonna go knock on the door to make sure he doesn't miss it and that he didn't forget.
Okay, give me even though you are knocking on the door, charisma that door. Give me the most charismatic knock you got to see.
Fine. Okay,
There has to
Lord
be like a
Maraki.
little pattern.
It's not one!
No!
Use your inspiration, please.
Yeah, you have a
Will
soundboard,
you use your
right?
birthday inspiration on,
But I
on
wanna
this
I
roll?
wanna know what the nat one's gonna do. I think it's funny.
That's fair.
Is
already
this
there.
just
Already
a
in the
be a
house.
charisma check?
Yeah, it's a charisma check.
You're charismatic.
Okay, what happens?
What did you get?
A 1! A nat 1!
Well, what is it with your additions?
Oh!
You're
me
pretty
check.
charismatic. It's
I
probably
didn't
like
think
a
it would
4.
make a difference. It's actually a 5.
A 5. You knock on the door, and it takes a little bit for a response, and when the door opens, you see that it looks very obvious that Zarius has just been crying. Uh, and he opens the door and just like peeks his head out um, and looks at you and doesn't say anything.
Are you okay?
No. Was there something important you needed?
Oh, we were going to listen to Typhoon Takedown, and we invited you and you didn't show up, so I was just checking in.
I'm just having a bad day. Can we reschedule? It's every week, right?
Yeah. We can. We'll be doing it next Tuesday. If you need to talk to anyone, though, I'm available to help if you need it.
I know you failed that roll, but give me a new charisma check. This won't get him to come listen to Typhoon Takedown, but
That's okay.
maybe he'll.
Oh God, not that great. 13. No, not 13. God, 11.
11. Okay. You see that he just kind of like sadly smile, like gives you not even a smile, like a smirk, a half smile. It's like, okay, thank you. Have fun tonight.
Okay. Good night.
Click. No good night, just a click as he closes the door.
Marigold stands on the doorstep for a second because that was a conversation. And then she's gonna straighten her dress out and head back to the guest house for Typhoon Takedown.
All right. So, all right. Well, then you see Marigold comes back, -1 Lord Maraki. But quickly, we'll say that because you know the channel, so you have to go over and tune it. But you're able to tune it in, and as you all gather around, you hear the start of a episode. You have the 7 minutes of ads that are just things that you've never heard of. And at one point, Marigold, you think that it might be like your uncle making up these ads. Like, you don't actually know if they're real companies or if he's just pretending that it's sponsored, because it then occurs to you that like this is not like a channel that anyone like that is a common channel for people to be listening to, so he might just be like pirating this wavelength and pretending that it's sponsored to be legit, but hey, you can listen in on it, and that's
it
what's
should
important.
be a more listened to channel. I don't understand why the general public doesn't seem to enjoy this.
You got to spread the news.
Content. I think that's going to be Marigold's mission, maybe.
There you go, a goal.
Proselytize like Xanthi.
Pretty much.
Have you heard of our Lord and Savior Cirrus? What's his
Essen
name?
the Typhoon Cirrus.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you all settle around, you hear, "Good evening, all, and welcome back to Typhoon Takedown. It's your host, Essen the Typhoon Cyrus. And Cracky, do I have something special for you today? Now, I'm reporting to you deep to the east of Comfort. If you caught the last few episodes, which have been repeats, sorry about that. The Elder Tempest has been seen flying high above the mountain range near here. He has been less active lately, choosing to spend his time idly resting on the jet streams, but a few days ago I saw him engage with a ferocious beast of a creature, a storm giant. Lightning, hail, wind, I thought my poor tent was going to blow away, I tell you." You see that he goes on to describe this battle that he saw, everything with the storm giant and the Elder Tempest. The Elder Tempest apparently absolutely smoking this storm giant, and finishes off the segment explaining that any rain in the week to come is most likely from this battle that the Elder Tempest has. It's a new and exciting 22 minutes of on-air live recap of a battle.
Heck yeah.
And you see Jaden seems to be like there for it. This is he like wants to start like a fancy like betting about like we could be like who's gonna win when it's like right if he introduces two monsters we could put bets on it. Xanthi, I heard that you've been betting a lot. Yeah.
I mean, just mostly for fun, but
I mean, shouldn't betting only be for fun? I mean, why would you bet otherwise?
yeah. We should get something going for sure.
Okay, yeah, I'm down. Well, maybe we could have like a tournament night at the Tipsy Goat Tavern. I could
love it.
I could talk to Law about setting something up. That could be fun.
And
That
then
would be
more
amazing.
people could listen to Typhoon
Oh my
Takedown.
god.
We could put it on a Tuesday. Yeah, this is great. I'm about this.
Jaden gets a high five. Xanthi's
Hell yeah.
so excited.
Hell yeah.
Typhoon Takedown Tuesday trivia.
Take down Tuesday trivia. Three. What is it? Three dragon dice. What is the D&D game?
Dragon chess?
Oh, what's the other one? There's like 3 something, but maybe not.
Shuffleboard?
3 card.
Yeah,
Oh, there's Hydra dice, I think.
He's like, we'll
D&D
workshop
game.
it.
Mhm.
Yeah, whatever.
The alliteration is key.
Is key. Yeah. How else are people gonna know what's going on?
Exactly.
But yeah.
Three dragon
Sorry,
and
I have to get out of Jaden's. So either I'm like, but yeah, Jaden's now the narrator.
incredible.
Yeah.
Also, is this guy's name Essen Cirrus, like the German word for eat?
Yes.
So
Technically.
his
German word
name
for
is just
what?
eating
Eat.
cloud. Is this man's name?
Eating clouds. Eating the typhoon cloud.
No, Essen
Wow.
has another
ESSEN.
name as well.
Yeah.
With her
I figured
name
that
as
he was
well.
not named after that, but I was just like,
No.
I know
But it
that
is
word.
spelled like that.
It is
But
I don't
yeah,
know
like
much,
that.
but I know that word.
but yeah, you all managed to have a great night. Well, mostly. Listening to
We have a
Typhoon Takedown. You all have a great night. Some other people are having less great nights in a building in close proximity, but only one of you knows that. And yeah, anything else you all are doing or going to chat about
We're gonna have game night.
on Typhoon Takedown? Are you all going to have game night? Sure. You want to have game night?
Or did we want to wait until
Or do you want to wait until yeah?
Yeah, so
Xarius.
wait for
Xarius.
Yeah.
Okay. It'll cheer him
Yeah.
up.
Exactly. But yeah, you all have a good time hanging out with Jaden, have some snacks, have some drinks. After Typhoon Takedown, you can change the radio to some other music, and just vibe. And
Yeah.
then you all have class Wednesday.
Ah.
On Wednesday.
Ace has juice.
It says juice. No drink, just juice.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
juice.
Anyone who does have the beer, it's quite a good like refreshing summer beer from the Tipsy Goat Tavern. Appears they at least do their beer well.
He does not trust himself to drink on a school night, so he will also just have juice.
Well, Jaden leaves the little like keg with you all so you can have your beer on not a school night.
Awesome.
He gets like
Nice.
3
So
beers, right?
thoughtful.
He calls it a little housewarming gift.
Aww.
Aww.
We
He's a
should do
good
something for
boy.
him. I bet I could propagate some of my plants if he, is trying to be a plant dad. I bet.
Oh, there you go.
Marigold,
Yeah.
I don't know if you have any plants.
Oh, I do.
that
I
would,
have many.
we could definitely, if you have any clippings or anything that you'd be willing to part with,
Oh, of
pay
course.
it back,
There you go. Yeah, you all can come up with a suitable gift in return for Jaden whenever you all go visit. Set up time to go to the Tipsy Goat Tavern.
He did say
Um,
free booze on Fridays,
He did.
so
That could be something.
Yep.
definitely
Yep.
could check that out. Plus, it's a weekend.
It's not a school night.
Whoa!
But yeah, go ahead.
I think that Marigold this morning, before they go to class, she's going to like package up a little breakfast for Zarius, and I guess like, yeah, knock on the door with it.
Okay. Do you knock and leave it? Knock and keep it? Keep standing
I
there?
think she's gonna knock and see if he answers, and if he doesn't answer, then she's gonna just leave it.
Okay. Yeah, you knock and you do not hear an answer.
Okay.
It is
she'll
like
just-
7:30 in the morning as well.
Oh gosh, that's fair. Yeah, she's gonna just leave it then.
Sounds good. But yeah, you all
That would be iconic.
you
Slide
all
it
have class. It's the start of your kind of mock like jujitsu finals, so everyone has to do some unarmed combats. It's real sweaty and gross, and sucks for those of you who are not unarmed fighters, which is your entire party.
Yeah. Roll
You
up.
do. You can, sure. Yeah, let's see. Let's roll. See how well you do. I'm
An
gonna roll
athletics.
for it is a yeah, an athletics. I'm gonna roll for Jaden.
Oh,
first.
nice. 21.
21, hell yeah.
She's so good.
I have
Those
good
punching bags
athletics,
helped out.
but I only rolled a 4, so I only
Oof.
have a 7.
7, okay.
Got a 10.
I
10.
got a 4.
A 4. Yeah, this is the first time, you know, your little squad has not been in first place. But even so, surprisingly, even with a monk on their team, Jaden's squad did not come in first, which there's some brawny people on that squad. So another group that is in your cohort, because this is all with your cohort, comes in first.
Practicing
Jaden's group comes in second, and you all are third. So
Not bad.
not bad. You're like, look, as long as we medal in everything we do ever, it's fine.
Top 3, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, anything you have, you know, class Wednesday, and basically going forward from here, what are you all looking to do as a group?
Ooh, as a group.
I would be interested in checking the job board to see if there is a message from the gentleman druid if he's back in town, and also just to kind of see if there's any lingering effects from the Shadowfell merge or anything that, like, I know they said we only have to do 2 a month, but like if there's people we can help out, I don't know why
People
we
in
wouldn't.
need.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like our whole job.
Yeah. Are you checking? Are you all gonna go like check in the dark Wednesday night, or go back kind of Thursday morning? Day
Probably
day.
save
Sorry.
it for this day.
Yeah, this day. Okay. Yeah, you know.
If that's okay with everyone else. I don't want to be the speaking for everyone here.
You all did get your asses beat a little bit in jujitsu for like 6 hours, so might be good to get some rest.
Go home, take a nice long bath.
Yeah, exactly. Marigold, you see when you go back that the basket is still on the front steps.
Then I'm gonna knock again.
Well, we'll say when you go to knock, you realize that the basket has been moved ever so slightly.
I'm gonna check the basket. Is it
It's
empty?
empty. It is empty.
Ah, yes. Okay, she's gonna collect the basket
You're good now.
and go back to the little house.
Great. But yeah,
I was gonna
Move ahead.
say that after class, Haze did want to talk to the lieutenant about,
oh yeah, for sure.
yeah, kind of catch her afterwards. as people are like leaving, and ask if there's like so I was wondering, there's the portrait hall. Is there any kind of memorial or anything for, you know?
Yes. So, in the middle of Woe Park, which you know is like adjacent to the lawn, and then it keeps going further into what is more of a natural park, whereas the lawn is just like literally
Like
plain
the quad
grass,
kind of thing.
basically. But then Woe Park, it turns into like more of a naturey walking thing. She's like, there's a kind of a curved semicircle wall. It'll be pretty obvious it is man-made, with it kind of surrounds a shallow pool. That is where the names of volunteers who have died is.
Thank you. I just wanted to pay my respects. I don't know much about what happened with your squad, but I do know there was at least one person who wasn't as lucky as my brother. What name
Thank you.
should I look for?
Haru would be his name, and I do believe that Castas is there as well, though there is an asterisk by it, so
I wasn't sure that would be the case or not.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course. Anything else I can help you with this evening?
I don't think so. I appreciate you. I don't mean to bring up anything.
No, it was a while ago. It is fine. You could tell in her face it's not fine. She says it's fine. She has not. She's not fine. But she's like,
it's only been 10 years, bro.
It's only been 10 years.
It's only been 10 years. You guys were together for 3.
Well, if you'll excuse me, I have some work to attend to.
Yeah, of course.
And she just like awkwardly like walks, but in a direction. She like NPC walks off to be like, I'm gonna go this way to get out of this conversation.
That's funny.
Sick.
Yeah,
All right.
what does Haze do anything with that information in this evening, or is gonna go in a lighter day?
Yeah, I was thinking going this evening. But if everybody else is doing other things, like, and it's kind of like not like an open invitation, just like I'm gonna go do this thing, go check out this memorial. Not like a, do you guys want to come with me? But kind of like a, I'll be there if you need anything, if you, whatever. It's a public place.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just letting them know what's going on, and then I'm gonna go check it out.
Teddy might also go, not necessarily like with Haze, like if he's getting the vibe that they want to just kind of go and do their thing, he doesn't want to intrude on that. He is very intrigued by this wall.
Yeah. It's not necessarily like I want to be alone for this, just kind of like this is what I'm gonna go do. Up to you to decide what happens from here.
I think Marigold would also go.
Yeah.
With whoever, either Teddy or Haze or both, if they're going together.
Xanthi, are you rounding out the squad, or are you going home?
She would feel like, oh, maybe this is like a moral support kind of situation.
Yeah, so you all go. We'll say that's why you decide to check the board tomorrow morning, because you head out after class into Woe Park. It's pretty dark. Oh, there's a hand on the...
You can finish your description.
Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt. I apologize.
No, you're good. So yeah, you head out towards Woe Park, which I don't think you all have you might have taken a walk through, but we'll say you haven't for the sake of why none of you have noticed this memorial. You keep kind of just going around the outskirts, and you really have to go like Central Park into like the center of it. You see this kind of curved half wall, smooth stone wall. There's like two pieces, and then the center has like a little cutout. That has, as you walk through, you see that looks like one and like a quarter of the second wall is filled, etched in with names. And Haze, you see Haru's name and then Castor's below it, with a little asterisk next to Castor. There are you do notice that there are occasionally asterisks with other people as well.
How like the ratio? Like, is it
It's
like
it's not a lot.
common or like?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not super common. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yes,
Could
Teddy.
I meander around? Teddy's looking for a name also, maybe?
Interesting.
Okay.
Question mark?
I'm pretty sure I know the name you're looking for.
Uh-huh.
You wander around. You can tell that they're like chronological, so you're looking probably not closer to the start, but maybe. And you kind of look, and you do not find that name.
Intriguing.
Marigold is also kind of looking for a name.
Marigold, you wander as well, kind of unsure where to start. You look through all the names, and you do not find the name you were looking for.
Okay, cool.
Xanthe, you want to look for a name?
No.
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 Xanthe's like, I really don't actually.
No, she's just kind of like looking around at like who's here and trying not to like intrude on anybody who looks like they're, having an
I will say
emotional moment.
from what you see, you can tell that Haze has like stopped and found something to look at, whereas it appears Teddy and Marigold are looking for something, but you can just tell that they haven't like honed in on whatever they're looking for, which is obviously a name. It's the only thing that's on here, so it's pretty easy to figure out that they're looking for a name. But yeah. So anything anyone's doing with that information?
Going to look at the names that I found. And I'm not sure. Are the others while the others are like a little bit further down, just kind of quietly say something like I had it in my head like 2 days ago. And I was thinking hard about it, but now it's left me. They say in character. No.
You can say some words, and then you can put them in the chat when you remember them or write them later. No one else can hear you, so technically you said some words.
I said some words and then kind of ended on like a thank you for being there with him. And then looking down at Castor's name. And then looking over at because not all of it's filled, right? There's still like a wall for future.
Yeah, there's still like 3/4 of a wall for future individuals.
Looking over there and looking at how much is left and how many deaths they're expecting. And try not to think about that too much. And join in the others unless they join first. Which feel free to or potentially.
Teddy might be meandering with either once he's like, okay, well, I don't think the name I'm looking for is here. I think he'll kind of just meander with Xanthe for a little bit, just kind of looking, and I think he'll say, any idea what the asterisks are all about? I have theories myself, but I don't know if Teddy does.
Maybe you should ask someone.
Maybe.
Um, maybe not. Well, clearly not. Surely not dead, because he's already said maybe maybe they were not dead and then discovered not. So the asterisk, or maybe seriously wounded, or. But I mean, surely there would be a lot. Are there a lot of asterisks? Because that would be a lot of people.
Yeah, you would imagine that'd be a lot of people if they're seriously wounded.
Probably be that. Like, just maybe maybe they were presumed dead, and like the name was already here, but then
They didn't want to go back and etch it out. So they're like, "Oh, my bad, guys."
that would be real happy on this memorial.
Lucas, how common are like revivify spells or resurrection spells or like spells that bring people back from the dead in any capacity? Is that like pretty common practice, or is that more like taboo? What's kind of the culture
it's
around
not
that?
taboo. It's just you have to have someone close to you that has that capability,
Sure.
which does make it more rare, because even you all would notice just from your time of like meeting other squads, there's no healer on Jaden's squad, hence why the injury happened. Not a lot of like squads don't always have, unlike you all who are like everyone can heal.
Yeah, who did
somehow they fucked that
party
up.
balance in that was not us.
No. So one, it's a higher level spell. Even in universe, everyone knows it's anything like that is a bit higher level. And two, you just need to have someone there that could luckily do it, which I think would kind of make sense if Teddy was putting these things together with the scarcity of asterisks as well. It's definitely a good theory on Teddy's part. Or Meg's, whoever's having this theory.
That's me. That's all, Meg.
Yeah. What little gremlin is having theories?
There are
I don't think he
many
wants.
clerics in the volunteers. Just
Um,
that we want to talk to at some point.
yeah, there are clerics. They're just not as common as all the other, like there are clerics. You know of at least like one. Oh, we lost tape. You know of at least one like lieutenant that is a cleric. There's basically like almost a lieutenant for each class, so to speak. Almost. Obviously, there's no wizard. But yeah, so. And again, this is the thing where it's like, wow, I'm really long-winded.
No,
it's not that clerics are necessarily rare. It's that you have to get to a certain level in order to be able to cast those spells. And to be honest, most people who are volunteers kind of cap out at like level 4, like level 5, maybe, until you get to be like a lieutenant or someone higher up in the ranks. Then you might, have what we consider the higher level spells. So all that to say that all of y'all's specialness is not going to stop, because you're going to keep gaining levels, and everyone, they're going to be like, what the fuck? Well, it's like when you all do 30 jobs a month, a job a day.
Exactly. We're gonna earn that.
Yeah. Because I'd say even like your cleric friend from home, even though she was much older, like isn't a super high level cleric, doesn't have access to that spell. Because sometimes people just have potential that they reach, and that's her potential. So yeah.
Just wondering, so if there are people that like at some point I could go and ask about like religious questions to see
Yeah.
Because there's no like temples or things like that, right?
There are a few temples. There's no temples to your god.
Right. No,
But they're you would know that, especially in a city as big as Old Haven, you realize you haven't like actually asked around yet to be like, hey, where's like the local temple to so and so. But there is you assume there's definitely going to be one to Sylvier. Probably that's probably the one that's going to have like what you think of as like big temples, and then Tamag is going to have like much smaller, like homey kind of temple vibes. But yeah, you could absolutely do some asking around one downtime to try to find. And you do know that the lieutenant that is like in charge of teaching the clerics things is a follower of Sylvier, so he would probably be a great place to start. Then anything else with this before we kind of you all head back and then we pick up on Daystay?
Okay, so is anybody gonna ask Haze what the asterisk means? Because there's one beside
Did
your brother's
anyone?
name.
I'm gonna roll to see if Teddy.
Yeah.
would.
Does anyone notice? Well, does anyone even notice the? Because I'm sure Haze spends longer, so you might see the asterisk next to Aster's name, which you all do know because Haze has said his name.
Yeah. I mean,
They also have his name, last name, because they have.
Respectfully wait until they're done. It won't come up over their shoulder, but like once they've wandered back, absolutely. Be like, we were just discussing. Like, do you know what the asterisk means?
Oh, yeah. People who've died and come back. I'm not sure if they're all the same way, but one way or another, I guess. They're at least revivified.
Wow.
I don't know about them all, but yeah.
Well, I'm glad Castor was.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been hard. He doesn't really like to talk much. So I'm not really sure what I should say.
Oh, that's okay. You don't have to talk about it.
Okay.
And she'll just give an unsolicited hug.
Oh. Very surprising. What is this going on? He's gonna stand there like arms to the side between arms for like a solid second, and then like just like one kind of uncertain hand on Xanthi's back.
Instant reaction.
That seems
give her many unsolicited hugs.
Xanthi.
Xanthi's just Italian. You gotta go in for the hug and the kiss. Yeah, exactly. That's how they greet everyone in Serendi's Roost.
There's just full on, mwah,
Yeah. But like 3 times every side, and then you end with this.
just smack on the mouth,
Exactly. All right. Well, you all.
Great timing, Tate.
Great timing.
Oh.
Bye. Scared her
Tate
off.
said no. Actually, great timing. Absolutely
Just
not.
like randomly putting myself and putting my video back on. So that's all that was about. But we're good. We're good. I'm here.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah.
In case you're curious, Xanthi asked about the asterisk. It means that the person that died came back through Revivify or some other means.
Oh, dang. Marigold definitely would have been around to hear that, because she's curious too.
I figured you'd be around.
Yeah.
Little lurker.
She's not lurking! She doesn't lurk.
She stands menacingly. It's different.
She's just standing. Everyone else thinks it's menacing. She's literally just existing.
She just stands there and doesn't blink.
She
Right.
does blink, but it's like a frog blink, like the.
No, I actually don't know if I mentioned this in the campaign yet, but yes, one of Marigold's things is that she rarely blinks.
I see you, Shadow Sorcerer.
Has Xanthi noticed anything interesting about your sleeping habits?
Sometimes her eyes are open.
Tries to chat her up.
But she's sleeping.
I love the idea that Xanthi thinks like would think that Marigold's awake and tries to like start having a conversation with Marigold because her eyes are open and she's just solidly asleep.
That's really funny.
Not very talkative all of a sudden.
She's just
That's all she notices for now.
For now.
For now, again, ominous.
Don't worry about the inky shadow reaching for you in your sleep.
Right, Xanthi
Fine.
waits
Got it.
shadow lurking at the edge of her bed.
That's just the awakened shrub. Don't worry about it.
Scared of it. It's fine.
But yeah, we'll say if nothing else for tonight, you all have y'all take a big sleep after your jujitsu final, and in the morning you all can head back to the job board.
How do we do in our jiu-jitsu final?
We did that. That was
Yeah.
Third
Bad.
third
that was
place.
third place.
Uh,
So room for
God.
improvement. Yeah.
I don't know about you guys.
But yeah, so when you all approach the job board, we'll say it's like, mid-ish morning, around 10 or so. Because it's your day off, you gotta have a slow start to the morning. Marigold made food, you can't Disney Channel run out on food. Like, there's no excuse now. You got nowhere to be. It's the day off. But as you approach the job board,
You need to sit down and have a meal like a family. God.
yeah, Marigold's like furiously making pancakes.
With all sorts
Whisking.
of toppings: chocolate chips, bananas, blueberries, strawberries, all the stuff.
All of them.
Well, no,
Oh my God.
a variety. Chocolate chips in some, blueberries in the other.
There you go. But yeah, as you approach the job board, you see a half elf of average build with kind of swept back blonde hair, who's wearing a baggy red shirt and gray pants, which have like a ton of straps on them that don't seem to be doing anything. They're just like there. They seem to be like pretty intently reading the rightmost job on the job board, and go to like take the job before he notices your group kind of come up on the side and kind of like shoves his hand back in his pockets, and turns to look at you all. And as he turns, Xanthi, he kind of hones in on you, and you see that it's Yenros, the first year who traveled with you from Comfort. That little rascal of a troublemaker.
Oh, she'll like skip up. She sees someone she recognizes and she's
Yeah.
like waving. She
You
starts.
see,
Yeah.
oh, hey, what's up, Xanthi? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing all right. Is this your group you got placed with?
Let me introduce everybody. This is Marigold, and this is Haze, and this is Teddy.
Awesome.
Hello.
Hey,
This is Yenros.
nice to meet you.
Pleasure
all.
to meet you.
You.
Hello.
Well, pleasure for now. See if you still like me in a few months. Well, are you all here for the job board? I was just taking a look, but I probably have to get back to the rest of my squad. They, I don't want to make a choice without them.
Oh, yeah. Where's the rest of your squad? We should meet.
Yeah, I don't actually know where they are this morning. I kind of, it's our day off. I stepped out a bit. Things are going great. So,
Well, that's great.
Insight.
Yeah,
They're
go
a
ahead, do
rogue,
an
aren't
insight
they?
check.
What's that with the, God, it bounced out of my dice box.
They are not a rogue, but they are a
That's not
rogue's
20!
cousin. They are a rogue's cousin. A nat 20. The things are not going great. They are not getting along with their squad so far.
Rip
I'd be lucked out.
about that.
It's just college all over again. Just you get stuck with whoever's a roommate, and then that
Yeah.
roommate just also
That's what
happens to be in
college is
charge of
like.
your life.
Yeah. Oof. Marigold is going to out from the shadows emerges a very cute octopus, and it bumbles over to the job board and sticks its little tentacle on the one that he was looking at, and like sucks it and up, like, you know, attaches to it,
Yeah.
and like boop, pops it off and floats over to Marigold so she can read it.
So yeah, I'll say you all can easily see if you go to the job board what the rightmost one is that Yenros was about to take.
And yeah, I guess the octopus is pretty obvious.
It is very obvious. Everyone's like in front of the job board.
Oh dear. This is roll 20, right?
Roll 20. Yep.
Sorry, loading.
Ooh, this one sounds interesting. I wonder what the shapeshifter takes the form of.
You see, Yenros has kind of got his hands in his pocket. He's like, maybe it's octopus.
I was about to say. Although I feel like you would know it was a shapeshifter because octopus, they don't usually crawl around on the streets.
Would be bad for them, I think.
I
Yeah.
think so too.
Yeah.
If
Well,
I was an octopus, I wouldn't want to crawl around on the streets.
he just kind of looks at your octopus that's currently crawling around on the streets, and it's like
My octopus is floating.
floating around
It's
on the
Can
streets.
you make it look like a crawling hand?
Oh, you're right.
I guess.
Sure, just like a little octopus.
It's almost like a hand.
Yeah. You see that Yenros goes like, oh, yeah, I mean, I guess you all can take that one. I gotta talk with my group anyway, so they're really probably not gonna want to do any of these jobs.
You could join us.
Yeah, do you want to come?
If you're curious about what the shapeshifter looks like too.
Nah, I think it's I'll pass.
It could be fun.
Maybe another one then if you're not interested.
Yeah, I actually don't even know if you're allowed to do like jobs with other squads. I feel like that's a really good way for my squad to like me less than they already do.
Oh,
So
That's a very good point.
figured that you could just join for fun, but okay.
I like other things for fun
It
and
seemed
working.
like you were interested in this.
I mean,
Look at the options.
why we're here, though, to volunteer and do these jobs.
You all really are just okay.
We're what?
No, nothing. Never mind. I'm gonna head out.
Oh. Okay, well, hey, where are you staying? Are you staying at the schoolhouse, or do you have a sponsor?
Yeah, we didn't get a sponsor, so on the second floor.
Okay, well, you know what? We're doing this thing on Tuesdays, and it's really, I think, gonna gain a lot of traction, so you may want to get in on it. I can put down / game night. At the guest house at the Malraki villa.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yes,
are you
Typhoon
running
Takedown is really a very great radio show. It's the best one on the air.
I feel like I would have heard of it if it was the best one, but
It is the best one. It's just not a lot of people know about it for some reason.
underground. Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have a tablet with you? We can get your contacts.
Yeah, so my team didn't allow me the tablet. So, but my room's 207. So, I guess write that in your tablet. I don't know.
Getting out like a custom contact. Is there a notes app on my tablet?
You are not sure. There might be. You're just really still trying to figure it out. You might have to ask Jaden or someone who has used a tablet more
We're
how
also
to
gonna
code
put
in
out my
and
big
notes.
game idea.
But yeah, you see, Yenros is like, yeah. So, well, I'm gonna go probably find wherever my squad is for the day. But you all enjoy doing some work, I guess.
Would you like to hear about the shapeshifter after we see it?
You see that for once he actually seems genuine and not just like fucking around with his responses. It's like, yeah, actually, that'd be good.
Oh, great. I could show you something realistic. And she's gonna cast, crap, what is the spell that I have? Let me pull up my spell list, because I know this one. And okay, Minor Illusion. To like
5 feet.
make a little realistic octopus.
Very nice. You see that he looks, he's like, all right, yeah, cool.
That's what a real octopus looks like.
Yeah, I don't think I've actually ever seen a real octopus.
Oh,
No.
they're really cool. This is also what a real octopus looks like, but it's just made of I actually don't know what it's made of.
Is this your hand? Your what is the octopus? Your magic hand?
The octopus is a mage hand, not a familiar. Okay. But I give it personality. And Marigold gives it personality because that makes it more interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like the equivalent of a puppet, I guess.
Yeah.
It's an octopus puppet.
Yeah, you see he's like, all right, yeah, cool. Well, you all have fun with your quest, I guess.
Yeah.
Xanthi?
Yeah. She'll take a few steps away, like when he's like kind of walking, and just like a few steps away from the group, so she's not like calling it out in front of the whole group. But when he's like walking away, she'll take a few steps and be like, hey, like this is kind of a weird time getting to know all these people, and I know there's a lot going on, but if you need to get out of the schoolhouse for a bit, or just want a place to hang out, or need anything, you can come hang out. They're actually really, really cool.
Why'd you have to say it like that?
They're actually not fucking nerds.
Yeah, they're actually cool.
Go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
You signed up for is it not? Like, why are you here if you're not gonna do this?
It's tough time getting thrown in with a bunch of strangers, but my group's pretty neat, and if your group is less cool, you're welcome to hang out.
Yeah, give me that persuasion check to
In the meantime, Marigold's telling the other two party members, oh, this octopus, and she points to the mage hand, I've only seen in deep water, but this one I've seen in shallow water, in all the reefs, which is really cool.
Persuasion? Well, I rolled an 18, but I get a +1, so
plus 1,
19.
You see that
Our friendship.
Yeah, you see that Yenros kind of like kicks at the ground and looks up at you, Xanthi, is like, Xanthi, you're always so damn positive. All right, yeah. Fucking missed that. It was a good week.
Yeah.
Sure, yeah. I'll figure out some time. You said Malraki Estate?
Yeah, we're in the guest house.
An estate? That's kind of fun.
I know, it's an Ivy Walk. It's super fancy.
That's even more fun.
Yeah, and we've got like a whole I have to share a room, but like that's fine. But we have like a whole living room downstairs, and there's lots of space, and we have this giant like radio, and there's like a pool outside, and it's just like gardens, and I mean, it's pretty fancy.
Yeah. All right. Cool. Yeah. I mean,
Cool.
sharing a room's fine. Like,
Yeah. It's great because, you know, you get to know your teammates a little bit better. So,
true. Yeah, you get to know all their habits.
I think I've discovered my roommate is sleeping and not ignoring me. Because she keeps her eyes open at night. So that's like a fun thing.
Is your roommate the one that had the
Octopus?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's her.
No, that tracks. Yeah.
Mhm.
Cool. Well, you have fun with that. That does make sneaking out hard because, like, what if she's actually awake? You know.
That is true. That is true. But, like, I mean, why would I need to sneak out, though?
'Cause sneaking out's fun,
I guess I can't argue with that logic.
right? All right.
You just misty step out the window.
Yeah, okay.
Just from dead asleep, just misty step out the fucking window.
Oh, I mean, like, wake up to the window. Misty
No, you don't even. You just look out the window and misty step straight like above the pool and land in it.
Why not?
The shadows.
Okay.
Yeah, he's like, cool. Yeah, well, also you're welcome to come visit me. You actually get your own room if you stay at the schoolhouse, so don't have to share. But that's also why I don't know where any of my team is currently.
Oh man, that sucks. We've been, I think I got pretty lucky, you know? I think if it makes you feel better, I think some of the other teams aren't meshing super well, so.
Yeah. It's kind of hard when you're all different, you know?
But hey, maybe it just takes a little time.
That's true, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna go, I don't know, maybe vandalize something. So, I'll catch you later.
Well, you have fun. She gives
All
him
right,
a
thanks. Yeah. Yeah, and Yenros heads off. And you're back to looking at what's on the board.
Okay.
Which you can see in roll 20.
I feel kind of bad that we took that mission from him.
Oh, we should have just left and then he could have taken it.
Well, I guess to be fair, his group might not have wanted to do it.
That's true. He did say that.
And
Well,
we could make it up to him by doing the minor, the picture thing.
yeah, it did seem like he would appreciate that.
Yeah.
Well,
It'll be
I,
fine.
for one, would like to do this shapeshifter. One.
I am very intrigued by that.
I
Just
have never
attacking people in the night. How do they know it's a shapeshifter?
a lot of questions. Oh, it's at a clinic, Copper Coin Clinic in Hidden Hill.
That is a good place to know about.
Yeah.
Does anybody know anything about shapeshifters?
Can I roll an Arcana check?
Yeah.
And
Anyone
I
wants to
also
roll an Arcana check about shapeshifters?
What is that? Oh, that's an 8. But
That's another natural 20!
Holy shit.
go.
Oh my god!
That's
That's
awesome.
another natural one for me.
No!
God damn it, Teddy. Teddy, what was your education about? Ships.
know.
Ships and
He
ships
has a
and
lot on
books.
his mind right now.
I only got a 12,
Aw.
but Marigold's got us covered, so.
Yeah, for me what's the total?
This is his
For
second
Arcana?
one about
23
Arcana.
total.
23 total. Sorry, Xanthi, what did you get?
I only got a 12.
A 12. Okay. And then Teddy got a 1. And then Haze, what did you get?
A 9.
Or did you roll a 9? Okay.
If y'all want a fun fact, Teddy is the only one in our party who has not rolled a nat 20 on an Arcana check. And is the only one in our party who has rolled a nat 1 on an Arcana check, and that's happened twice.
So,
So sexy that way.
so Marigold with this nat 20. So shapeshifter is kind of a very broad term. It could mean like werefolk, so werewolves, bats, all tigers, all of them shapeshifters. It could be used for someone who can just shapeshift, so like some devils can shapeshift from their devil form to a human. Doppelgangers, changelings, shifters. It is a very large catch-all phrase. So shapeshifter, it's being very vague, and in this case, it does not give you a lot. And let's see. I'll say also with your nat 20, can you give me an insight check?
After 2 natural 20s in a row, my dice said, "You're done." It's not bad, but it's not great. It's just a 9. I'm sorry.
A 9.
It's just not great. It's not terrible.
Okay. Yeah. You don't really get anything with a 9.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, the term shapeshifter covers a lot of things, really anything, any creature that can change its form in some manner of way. So if it's at night, maybe that could narrow it down. Since the Shadowfell merged, it could be a shape-shifting creature from the Shadowfell. Since it's at night, maybe it could be some kind of were creature. Or yeah, really anything. I guess it is interesting that it's acting up now. And we did have a Feywild merge kind of recently as well, so I guess this creature could be from the Feywild.
Do we have any way of identifying it or tracking it should we choose to take this mission? Like, how will we know if what we're seeing is the shapeshifter or something else entirely?
I'm not sure, but I think we should ask around and see what people are thinking is a shapeshifter, and we could narrow it down from there. If it's impersonating a person, that could be useful information, or if it appears as some sort of beast.
Yeah. I mean, we could at least just go talk to this person.
Yeah.
Maybe they have some, helpful information. Well, surely they have something for us to go off of.
Yeah.
Since they must have reason to believe it is a shapeshifter.
Yes.
Yeah, it's interesting that they think it's a shapeshifter, so maybe they have information on how to track it.
Yep.
Cool.
Alright.
Shall we
Agreement?
head there
mean-
then?
Surely.
Hidden Hill?
Cool. So yeah, you all take that one. Are you also taking the other one, or are you leaving the ice creatures for someone else?
I think it's funny that it's happened again.
It's
But I feel like we should leave some for the other groups.
That's true, yeah. They're not doing anything, apparently.
You're making us a little hard work.
If it's
You know,
here,
when you have overachievers in a group
They
project.
can't call us overachievers if they aren't doing anything.
They're
Yeah, we're just
underachievers.
achievers.
Maybe everyone else is
Yeah,
underachieving.
we're just normal. We're so normal.
We're so normal.
We're the
achievement.
protagonists. We have
That's
to.
main character energy, please.
That's
my
actually what
God.
everyone calls your group, just the protagonists.
I was wondering,
hate
and
it.
That
Marigold
would be
is
such a
wondering
fucking
too.
I
name.
don't hate it.
I
Oh
don't
my
think
God.
it's gonna.
It's not what
They're
you call
forcing
yourselves,
people.
it's what everyone else calls you.
They could call
We
us.
also
worse
need a
things.
group name.
It's
I
actually
know, you all better...
Oh my God, we gotta come up with one.
But, okay,
also,
so...
before we head out, could I go talk to this person? Could I request a bathroom break?
I was gonna
Yeah,
say the
I
same
also
thing.
need to go.
Slide.
So, okay, you all are just taking the, shapeshifter one.
For now, yes. But if these ice cream
If it's a third
Still
time...
there. God.
There when we come back.
we're
Don't
gonna
you worry, if it happens a third time, it'll
it's
be...
gonna be such
be
an
something.
easy one too. And we're gonna be like, y'all could have already taken care of this.
Alright,
We gotta keep it
yeah. We'll say that you all grab the shapeshifter one, and I'm assuming we'll be heading towards Hidden Hill.
Yep.
Cool.
Yes.
Alright, we'll come back to that. As you all head through head towards Hidden Hills, you need to pass through Center Market in order to get to Hidden Hills, which you all have been through a few times now, probably just shopping or what else. As always, when you head into Center Market, the crowded sandstone streets are lined with vendors of all sorts. The roads twist and turn with something happening on every corner. You hear vendors hawk their wares. Abyssal chicken so spicy it'll fix ya. 3 for 1. Need a knife sharpened? All these different people selling things in little, like, carts on the side. You see, as you pass through Halden Plaza, this ornate clock tower that shows when a planar merge happens, much different than it is the analog version of what the kind of hologram things you have all seen for planar merges. You see kids darting around playing Volunteer and Monster, while, you know, a small group of private armed guards patrol different sections of Center Market. But you keep going further through Center Market, probably further than most of you have really been, as a lot of the shops of Center Market kind of fall closer to the other half, you know, the center half of Old Haven. A lot further out into Center Market is just housing. You know that the Maru Society campus is somewhere at the very edge of Center Market, and you keep heading until you get to Hidden Hills, which you have to kind of head out of the sandstone wall that surrounds the giant kind of walls that surround Old Haven to get into Hidden Hill. It's twisting streets. The buildings grow closer together as the elevation dramatically drops away. As you try to navigate these multi-level streets, sometimes you walk through what's almost like an indoor market as the buildings have kind of come together to make an overhang before you're back out on the street, but suddenly at a different level, either above or below where you were before. It's a very confusing kind of situation. And so I'll say whoever's kind of leading this, I'm gonna need you to give me a investigation or survival as you're trying to find the Copper Coin Clinic.
I'll go.
Also,
Yeah,
known
I was
as
gonna say I don't think
the
that Haze is gonna be leading this time.
triple C.
Ooh,
Triple
that's actually not
C.
great. I've rolled a
Could I
two.
offer like the help action? Could we try and navigate together?
Yeah, go for it. Teddy, how are you assisting Xanthe?
I think he's a little more used to navigating city streets, so I think he knows to like keep an eye on like if they're numbered or if they're like neighborhoods lumped together with similar street names, and just kind of like looking at identifying kind of factors that way.
Yeah.
Does
So
that
go
mean
ahead.
I get to reroll?
You get to roll at advantage. So yeah, roll again and take the higher one between the two.
Okay. Okay, that's much better. Still not amazing, but I have great survival. So 9 plus 6, so 15.
Yeah, I'd say it takes you all getting through Center Market, and then into Hidden Hills, or it's probably approaching like noon. Um, but as you continue to navigate these multi-level streets with Teddy kind of pointing things out, um, it actually kind of makes sense because the air here is heavy with the smell of smoke and the combination of kind of artificer workshops and general manufacturing. There's this low hum from all the machinery. And Teddy, it does remind you of some of like the more industrious, if you're going to use the polite word, and seedy might be used in other, company, but the more industrious parts of Tratus, as you see a lot of these workshops, a lot of people, a lot of what looks to be artificers, people tinkering with magitech or just machinery or any of those things. And eventually, you find your way to this kind of like hole in the wall, really just really simple clinic. You see that outside there's just kind of a simple propped up sign, and it just says Copper Coin Clinic in kind of faded bronzish brown on a beige wall, so it doesn't stand out very well. And there's like a cloth of green and yellow hanging in the door. And yeah, it looks like the place that you're trying to find.
When you
But
say clinic, what can you describe a little more what kind of clinic that is?
yeah, so you would know that just in general, clinics can be associated with clerics or healing. So very much like a clinic. Not it doesn't necessarily mean there's a cleric though. It just means there might be someone who can, like a physician, someone who can do non-magic, mundane healing, and doctor shit. But there's also a possibility they might have a cleric who works there, or know, like they got a cleric on payroll who could come in for some of the more serious shit, depending on how, nice the clinic is. You're not sure with this one what's really going on here. Um, Xanthi, you would gather from the name and the vibes, whoever kind of organizes this clinic is probably a follower of Tamag. You would know from your friend. Uh, so
Oh, awesome. She'll like
yeah,
perk up immediately, feeling a little bit more like.
yeah, it does give a little bit of homey vibes. There's lots of like hand woven kind of like cloth on here, a little different than the very metallic rest of what's been going on. But yeah, if you all head through the front kind of cloth, you see it looks to be a pretty small space. There's like three or so beds. None of them seem to be occupied right now. Again, that very similar like rich oranges, greens, reds, yellow of color scheme in the carpets, the tapestries on the wall. There's like little sheets you can pull across, and you see that kind of sitting at a desk, just like seems to be reading, has like spectacles on. Um, there is kind of a older woman with her kind of pale skin, hair pulled back into a kind of loose black, like raven hair colored bun. Um, and she just kind of looks up as you all enter.
Oh,
Oh,
hey.
uh, good afternoon. Are you in need of some healing?
Oh, no. We're all perfectly fine. We're volunteers who saw your post. Our
Oh,
it was your post.
oh yeah, yes. Oh, yes. I'm Claudia Temescu. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm the head physician here at Coppercoin Clinic.
Oh, are you a cleric too?
Oh, no, I don't have any um magical abilities. I oversee the more mundane things that I can. But uh, there is a cleric that sometimes um, we can call in for more serious things. I've been able to handle a lot with just herbs and remedies.
Oh yeah, for sure. That's, its own kind of magic.
That's very true. Well, um, so you're here. You're going to take uh, the job that I posted.
Yes, we are interested in hearing a bit more about sort of what you've been seeing, and hopefully we'll be able to help you out.
Uh, yes. So, well, let me find my notes. She looks through her different kind of medical charts, if you will. Um, says, yes. I have the file right here. There was a young woman who came in last week after apparently an altercation during the full moon. Um, she was bitten by a were rat, I do believe, is what she recounted at the nightclub that she bartends at, and so I checked her for the curse. It does not seem that she contracted uh, lycanthropy, but I do believe that it would be good to get this under control, as that is quite a difficult thing to remedy if someone does contract it.
Lucas, you trying to turn me into a were-rat?
Are you trying to get bit?
No!
This is just like betrayal.
This is just like
So you
betrayal.
can't turn into a
played
were-rat!
Baldur's Gate betrayal, and like every time we played, I got turned into a were-rat, and no one else ever got
Don't
that
get bit.
card. No one else ever got it. Don't try me.
Oh, you're being tried. I'll try you if he does it. If he doesn't try you, I will.
Wow, I love this supportive friendship that we have here.
That's a weird way to say I love you too, but I'll accept it. No
Okay.
But yeah, you see that Claudia's like, so yes, uh, I put a notice out in the hopes that you would be equipped to handle this, as I'm sure you're aware that any were creatures cannot be harmed without silver weapons, which are not easy to come by. Or
Right.
magic, which is also not easy to come by, so.
Like actual like spells too, not just magical weapons, yeah?
Yes, I believe it's any magic, the weapons or spells, from what I've heard.
You said that it was difficult to remedy should somebody contract it. This individual who does seem to have the curse, is there anything that we can do for them? Is there some kind of aid we could administer to them, or would we need to bring them in? What would be the best approach to that?
Well, to contract lycanthropy is not in itself, while it is an old term to use a curse, it is not necessarily always a burden, unless you are using it to harm others. So, it is possible that they are making that choice actively, but it is also possible with the full moon that it was not their choice. I will say that yes, if they show remorse and wish to have it remedied, it would require a cleric, but I could have that arranged. Granted, it may take a few days, but yes, the only choice would be get a rather high-level cleric to be able to cast what I believe is remove curse.
That sounds ideal.
Yes. But the individual, I don't normally condone giving names, so I will not, but I will say that their occupation is a bartender at Prophecy nightclub in Hidden Hills.
And
It's a bit more of an eclectic group, so perhaps just be aware of that.
Could I get the name of that one more time?
Sorry, but so many people talked at
I'm
once.
sorry.
All right, who wants to go first?
I can go first.
Sure. What would you say?
What do you mean by eclectic?
Oh, just some individuals who like to perhaps cause some chaos. It is a bit more of a, well, it's quite literally underground, but it's also a bit more of an underground scene.
Oh, okay.
And what individual would we be looking for physically? Could you?
Oh, well, I only got the description of the individual when they were in their were-rat form, so a giant rat head and human body.
Huh.
But it has been noted that werefolk often resemble their. She takes a second to think about what the word is. Resemble their animal half.
Understood. Yeah.
So maybe wiry, shifty.
Okay.
And sorry, the were-rat is the bartender, or it bit the bartender?
No, the were-rat bit the bartender.
Okay.
And she came in for treatment as she was concerned that what could happen with a
Did
bite.
this like attack come
I
out of
also picked
nowhere?
up as the were-rat is the bartender. That's why I asked what it looked like.
Sorry, what was that?
I was just saying, like, did it come out of nowhere? Or just randomly attacked this girl? Okay, we don't know.
The doctor didn't ask questions. The doctor's just like, okay, I'll treat you. The physician's like, yep, I'll take care of this. Make sure you're not gonna turn into a were-rat next full moon.
Mm-hmm.
And did anybody get the name of the club? I didn't write it down.
I think that's what Nick was going to ask, right?
Prophecy nightclub.
Sick.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for your help. I suppose we will do our best to get to the bottom of this.
I very much appreciate you all taking the time. You were quite quick. I only posted the job, I think, late last night, so I'm glad to see that the volunteers are on top of their things.
We are, yeah. We are. As
We are.
on top of things.
We are. The rest of our organization to be determined.
Honestly, having thoughts about cohorts. What are they doing?
What are they doing?
They're dealing with the ice creatures for the third
No,
time.
they're not.
That was a different message on the board than the first time. So someone dealt with it the first time.
Oh, I was thinking like
Fair.
they're still here.
Nope.
It does
they
look
sent
like there's
another
scraps
message.
of paper where some have been pulled off.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, I was like, that's what we that pulled off.
One has been pulled off, rather. Okay. All right. Well, we have our leads then, yeah?
Yes, and good luck.
Yeah. Okay. And then, before we leave, she'll just say, may good luck be your friend in whatever you do, and may trouble always be a stranger to you. And she just kind of like waves, and that's something that her cleric friend used to say.
You see that Claudia definitely recognizes it and gives a bit of a head bow to that. And you see she kind of like goes back to her papers with her like little spectacles and her little hawkish glare as she's looking over all of her things that she needs to handle as head physician of this little clinic.
You place. Okay. We get to go to a club.
Yeah, what time of day is it?
It is currently noon.
Okay, we'll probably have some
But you
time.
do know that there might be something you want to do before a club, as I don't believe silvered weapons are in your.
Oh,
No.
I thought you were gonna say change. Like, obviously,
You might
we're not
need to
dressed for the
change.
club.
You're not dressed for the club. They're not letting you in chainmail. No, they'll let you in chainmail. Honestly, probably this eclectic club would be like sick outfit. Hell
That's
yeah.
dope.
It's a rave outfit.
Yeah,
God.
just like a crop top chain.
Exactly.
That's
Chainmail
good, I like
shirt.
that. So, I mean, this is the place to be as far as I know in terms of getting new weapons and things like that. I would imagine that this sort of craftsmanship central area would be the place.
I guess we don't have our resident Old Haven tour guide with us, but yeah, seems so.
We can message him.
The delay on that thing, though.
The delay, yeah.
I mean, let's just ask around. And she's just gonna look around for someone on the street to ask.
He's
Yeah.
just gonna text me.
You're gonna text Jaden? Okay,
Yeah.
you can text Jaden. Xanthi, go ahead and
Might be
give
a delay,
me
but at the
an
same time,
investigation check.
Okay. I can do investigation.
And
Oh,
also, anyone who's not doing that can give a history check.
interesting.
okay. So not great. That is a 12.
A 12. Okay, you see, you're like, what are you asking for?
Do you know any reputable shop to get some silver weapons?
Okay, so you're going real specific
Yeah.
with your answer, and you see like some people kind of like hem and haw. They're like, oh, like around this block, like I know someone who makes weapons, but I don't know if they'd be silvered. And for the two of you that made history checks.
I made a history check. Is that okay?
Yeah,
I did a
you
history
two, because
check.
who were not actively
Yes,
texting or talking.
got a 19.
A
I
19.
got a 21.
The
Whoa.
two of you recall that you shot down very quickly a weaponsmith in Hidden Hills as a sponsor.
Oh yeah!
That guy. Yeah. But no, it's not Jaden's sponsor.
It is not Jaden's sponsor.
No.
Jaden sponsors a bartender, well, a bar owner, but
Yeah.
you do know of at least one location somewhere in Hidden
Cinder's
Hills.
Steel Fabrications.
Mm-hmm. And I'll say,
Boom.
when the two of you recall that information and share it with the group, it does help you, Xanthi, direct your questions to, instead of any shop that can sell me some silvered weapons, to this specific shop, which is a few streets over, which is probably the worst thing it could be in this area because the streets don't make sense. You'll like walk straight and then end up on 3 floors down and then 2 floors up, but somehow haven't really changed elevation on this road, and it's very confusing. But eventually, you make your way to closer to the outskirts of really the entirety of the city. This is where there's a lot more large warehouses, and kind of less just of the dense buildings. And you see kind of in um, what looks to be just like someone took like flame and just like etched it into steel, like a steel plate. It just says steel fabrications in really awful handwriting, kind of like slightly slanted above this open kind of garage door. You can see on the inside there's like a bunch of kind of broken pieces of machinery. And then on another side, there's like a lot of weapons just kind of like out in display. And you see that there is a Azure. So Azure is the fucking virtual machine desktop that I use for work. The Azure, which is basically like a fiery dwarf. A dwarf from the fire plane. You see that she is just busy like blacksmithing some sort of item as you all walk up.
Hello, are you Syndra?
You see that like she like lifts up her goggles. There's just like soot everywhere. And before she answers, she takes out a cigar and lights it, and like takes a deep drag of the cigar. She's like, "Yeah, they call me Syndra. What are you looking for?"
Hello, my name is Teddy Lockhart. I and my companions here are volunteers, and we are looking to potentially get some silvered weapons before this evening. I know that's rather quick. If you have anything on hand, or if I don't know much about metal work myself, if that's something that can be done quickly.
She like looks. She's already looking up at you, but she like looks you up and down, and you're really like, and you're like, button. I was like, yeah, I wouldn't think you know much about metalwork. So it would take me a couple days to get something silvered, but I do think I have something around here. She like starts looking through things that she has. Um, I only started making things that I thought people would want, so I have a silver dagger and a silvered longsword for sale. If you want anything else silvered, it would take about 4 days. So,
Well,
I mean, I could definitely use something silvered. How much is the longsword?
the longsword is 100 gold pieces plus 5 gold for the actual longsword. You're mostly paying for the silvered amount.
I mean, I think it's worth it. I don't really know.
Happy to help cover that if needed, Haze.
No, it's okay. I still have. I just looked. I just converted all my money. 309.
Okay.
I was like, you haven't really bought anything.
Haven't really. No. Little dipping, little dabbling.
Marigold and Xanthi, do either of you need a magical weapon or silvered weapon?
I could just use spells, I suppose.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess I could take the silver dagger just in case.
Could be good just in case.
How
Alright.
much would that be?
So that's 100 gold pieces for the silver, and then actually don't even know. I think a dagger's like 5 gold. I don't even know. Let's see, dagger 5e. 2 gold pieces, 102.
And she would be like, it's 100 plus 5. Just say 105. Calm down.
She's itemizing the list for you, so you know where the effort goes.
Okay. So you need an invoice.
Yeah, she's giving you a verbal invoice.
She's
An
giving me an
invoice. Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, Marigold will buy the silver dagger.
All right, so
Yeah.
you now have 1 silver dagger and 1 silvered longsword.
Yay.
Well, do you want to put in an order for anything else silvered?
I mean, while we're here, how much would it cost? It's 100 to silver something, right?
Yes. Plus the cost of the weapon if I were have to purchase it.
If we were providing. I mean,
Then
okay,
it would just be
I might
100.
be back. I might be back later.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'll be here, so, making things. Thanks for the purchase. I was told I don't say thank you enough. So I appreciate your support, patronage. You're buying my things.
Have you gotten complaints that you are not appreciative enough?
No one's bought anything from me yet.
Oh.
You're actually my
Like
first
it all?
and second. I've just started this business.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Oh, thank you. You can see now as you look around, you realize this is kind of maybe a converted apartment, warehouse situation.
Well,
support small businesses.
Exactly.
I need help advertising.
No. Yeah, what?
We could help.
Oh, like shop at Steel Fabrications. They provided this.
If you know how to make a stamp, I could supply ink, and then we could make flyers.
I think I could make a medal. It might be more like a brand, but I think that's the same thing.
Yeah, and
Just don't
I
heat
could
it up.
also ask my uncle to make an advertisement for you on his radio show.
Oh, your uncle has a radio. Which one is it?
Typhoon Takedown? It's really great. It's really great.
Okay.
He's chasing an Elder Tempest.
You should come listen on Tuesdays.
Oh my god!
That's just
Old
me.
Haven.
That's right. Not
I know the
kidding.
entirety of Old Haven is just gonna be in your fucking
They have a whole radio station.
You're literally
some
gonna bring
dip,
every single person to Malraki Villa. To the Lord who doesn't want to be associated with anyone and no one wants to be associated with
Maybe
him.
this is how people start associating with him. They meet him at Typhoon Takedown listen
Yes.
party, right? And
parties.
everyone hears about him, and they realize what a cool guy he is.
You
And
can charge a cover.
Are you wingmanning your future husband to the whole town?
well, only in the sense that the town, gets his approval. I feel like this definitely happens in romance stories. The load, the Beauty and the Beast. I'm Beauty and the Beasting this.
See, yeah.
So which part of that was real? Which part of this situation happened? The one where you told about Typhoon Takedown?
That she could ask her uncle,
right?
to put an ad in his show.
Well, I think we would just. That sounds expensive. I would just start with.
Oh, I mean, I could just ask it as a favor. I don't think he would mind.
I feel like that's not how advertising works.
I could cover the cost.
That's more like how things work.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we'll come back. You already said. Turns to Haze.
Yes.
Well, you already are coming back for another silvered item, maybe.
Yes, of course.
I could make some good armor too. I don't just make weapons, so.
That could be interesting. That could be good. Yes.
And I am just beginning to figure out magical items, weapons. They're much more difficult than I really anticipated. I saw it and was like, it can't be that hard. I could do it. And now I'm debating if I could do it, but I'll figure it out.
Isn't it?
It is.
I understand.
Well, all right. Do you need a receipt? Are you bringing it back?
I don't think so. Thank you.
Somehow that's more ominous, but okay. I'll take that.
I just know I'm gonna use it as much as I can. Weird.
You can't use it and then bring it back.
Yeah, of course. Like, how could we do that?
I mean, then I could just label it battle tested, and I could probably charge more for it.
Oh.
We
Okay,
could have something here.
we'll talk.
All right. Well, keep it open. Yeah, keep an open line of
I
communication.
mean, if you'd like, I could battle test this while I
Yes.
save up a little for you to be able to hammer. I'm sorry, silver my hammer, and then return that, so you can up
Sell it. Yes, exactly.
and swindle the public.
It makes total sense.
Right? Like, would you want something that you're not sure if it's going to break on you in combat,
Right.
or something that's seen action?
That's true.
All right. Well, she's smoking her cigar the whole time. Just cigar smoke. puff
Smart
the whole
lady,
time.
this businesswoman.
She's shrewd.
Mhm.
She's like, well, all right. This has been a fantastic business opportunity for me. Oh, what were all your names? I figure if
Oh,
we're going to maybe be partners in this situation.
Oh, yeah.
The one time
Xanthi.
Xanthi doesn't want to be a partner. Xanthi's like, Yeah. All right, Xanthi, Teddy,
Haze.
Oh, I'm Marigold.
Marigold, Syndra. She kind of like points to the shop sign.
And do you have a tablet we could
Oh yes.
contact? Great.
She thinks for a second. She's like, I think this is more like a business deal, though. So I'm gonna give you my work tablet.
Okay.
So you get the number for steel fabrications.
steel fabrications or steel fabrications?
We'll find out. No, STEEL.
Great. This is like an upfront situation.
No, STEEL fabrications.
Great.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm gonna get back to making some more things, and you all have a good rest of your day. Enjoy
Thank you.
battle testing those items.
You have a lovely rest of your day as well.
Thank you. All right, goodbye now. And then turns and like goes and finishes ting ting making some things in their garage.
Wow.
That could have been your sponsor.
They're
Could have been a
great.
sponsor, but I love who we chose. No, we're
I'm sure you do. I
Um,
love Daddy.
300
Daddy's
gold.
hilarious.
Wow. No.
Love that 300 gold a month.
Mhm.
Not it. Going for his personality, not his money.
Uh-huh.
His personality of avoiding us and crying,
Right.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Mhm.
eating
Yeah.
Being
pancakes.
sad.
No, yeah, he's a sad man, and we can fix him.
Xanthi's gonna have to start leaving like daily affirmations like taped to his front door.
You know, whenever parents will leave like a sticky note with like a
Mhm.
little like cheerful note for their kids in their
Yeah.
Yeah.
You two can
We're
collab.
just gonna love bomb him, and then he will be our friend, and he'll show up for Typhoon takedown, and it's
And-
just gonna be great.
Love bombing
And when
implies that we're gonna that it's just a front, and then we're gonna not care
it
about
might be,
later.
we don't know. You all are down for the money. That could be a front.
It's not. We're honest people.
Okay, you just agreed to battle test something in order to get a discount.
Not harming anyone.
It's well, I mean, theoretically, if her stuff's good, you know,
Yeah. And she's making things that are gonna help the people, and
she's the new Jeff Bezos. Look, she's starting in her garage. All right.
Gotta start somewhere.
Say that.
All right. So yeah,
Yes.
you all have now a silver dagger and a silver or longsword. You now know a individual who can make, or who you can buy weapons from in the future, armor, and maybe even low-level magic weapons if she gets that figured out. So, you are aware that it is a club, or a nightclub, and there is the word night in that name. So, what are you all doing while it is currently day?
I've never been to a nightclub before. Is there anything we should do to prepare?
Not sure. I've never been to a nightclub either.
No, I also have not been to a nightclub. This may surprise you, but there's a shortage of them in Serenity's Roost.
There's actually just one 10-story tall nightclub just in the field in Serenity's Roost.
LOL.
Silo.
We mostly
Yeah.
just have a field.
Yeah, the nightclub is the field.
You just hang out at night. It's the club that you are in.
Right.
It's called
I feel
Heyday.
like Teddy's the most likely to, but I don't think he's been to one, probably.
Probably not. He probably has walked by them. There's
Yeah.
definitely some, but he's probably not gone in.
How long of a walk was it to get to Three Hills?
Probably 30 to 45 minutes. It might be quicker. Granted, you now know a little bit more about how to get around. It's Hidden Hills. Three
Hidden
Gardens.
Hills. Sorry, yeah.
Yes. You got Salehi on the mind. You're like, when's he gonna be back? But granted, you don't know. You could go try to find where Prophecy is, and then to make it easier to come back later. But yeah, it's about 45 minutes to get into kind of the heart of Hidden Hill.
Okay.
We could message Jaden. He's from here. Maybe he's gone to this nightclub or a different one.
Potentially. Yeah. Did he ever text back about?
He did not.
Okay, great. I feel conflicted.
Are you gonna double text?
Yeah, I'm gonna double text.
Give it to Xanthi. Xanthi will double text.
Don't quadruple text. She does not care.
True. That's so true. Okay. See the text.
you hand the phone to Xanthi. Okay. And the
Hi,
tablet.
this is Xanthi.
Nice.
We're wondering if you know this club or any other club. Question mark.
No, we just need to know about this one. Safety. Just this one. For now.
Since a second follow-up. Specifically, just this one.
So in between the text, because they take 10 minutes to send, you get a response from Jaden probably after 6 minutes or so, being like, sorry, missed first message. And then you see there's Prophecy, question mark, question mark, question mark. That's a crazy nightclub. Have been.
Of course.
Crazy.
What does that mean?
And then he just, it says he said has been, and then, why are you trying to go? Question mark.
And then 4 minutes later gets a specific one.
Yeah, and then
absolutely right back. She's got the tablet now.
Oh no.
Volunteering winky face.
Volunteering where at situation. Never been to a club. Is it fun?
Yeah, what do we do?
What do we do?
Yeah, you see after 7 more minutes when Jaden can send a message. This is dial-up texting. You see Jaden says it's underground, but for partiers. Definitely a wild crowd not surprised about where rat at prophecy. And then you get a text message like a little bit later that says, P.S. They would all absolutely love Marigold. um, Genasi Central is what Jaden puts.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's something to go on.
It is indeed.
Crazy partiers? I mean, I've never been to a crazy city party, so I don't know. I don't really have context for that.
I don't even either. Sorry, my words are.
Beaver.
I haven't either. I've never really gone out
Yeah, there were like
ever.
5 people around my age in Serenity's Roost, so not a lot of wild parties happening.
How long did you live in Serenity's Roost?
Well, I guess I moved there when I was like, we left when I was 8. Yeah, so I guess since I was like 8, 9. So about, I guess, 10, 11 years.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. She's probably like,
Marigold's just staring at you again,
Don't see
doing
what's
classic
interesting about it,
Marigold. The head just continues to tilt.
Insane.
Really cool that you can be that still. I cannot stay still to save my life, so that's...
Oh, okay. I didn't even notice I was doing that, so.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad thing.
Oh, okay. That's good.
So it's sounding like we'll go and take care of the problem. I'm wondering how we would like to spend the rest of our afternoon. I'm assuming it doesn't open until much later in the day.
Well, if we're going to be partying, well, we're not going to be partying, but if we're going to be out late, then I think we should all get, a substantial dinner.
Oh, I could eat.
Out of character, I thought you were gonna suggest pre-gaming.
I was like, it's nap, alcohol, or food. It's one of the 3 choices. Those are the only choices before you go clubbing. Usually you want all of them, but
Well, we may have
they're
to
not practiced, so you don't know
you
that,
know? Not to arouse suspicion, so we'll want food in our stomach.
But if we want to fit in, we should also look like everyone else there.
Xanthe looks down at her scale mail.
Scale mail.
Yeah.
Shield.
Marigold looks down at her cottagecore dress that twirls like this.
Nemo?
Right.
Don't look like we're about to go to a nightclub. I suppose we could look and see if there's a clothing shop here. Or we could go back to the center market. I've passed a couple of places as well, so.
I suppose.
But if
Maybe we could
do
ask
men wear clothing?
Jaden, what the dress code is.
Oh, yeah, we can ask Jaden.
Yeah, he didn't really say. And we
We could
just ask him, though.
again.
You send a message again, and Jaden just types back, "Just come, tipsy, goat tavern. Tired of waiting on messages."
Okay.
Fair enough.
Fair.
He said, and then he goes ... It varies, as the
Oh
clothing
my
when you
god.
ask about the clothing. But yeah,
Let's go hit
you
'em
get
up.
the address of like the cross streets of Tipsy Goat Tavern, and it is kind of, as you would expect, like the center of Center Market. So it is closer than, walking all the way back to Ivy Walk and then coming all the way back here. Um, so is that what you all are going to do, or are you going to just go
mean,
clothes shopping on your own?
we need
Ignore
to go
Jaden's message.
No, I think we're gonna go see Jaden, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to go see our buddy Jaden. I love that guy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Best friend, okay?
Yeah,
He's our best bud.
best bud. What day is it? It is
Saturday,
Deus Day,
right?
so
It is Tuesday.
hold on, we have different. It's Deus Day. Yeah, it's Thursday. Thirsty
Oh
Thursday.
shoot, we
You're
have
gonna go
class
clubbing on a
in the
Thursday.
morning
Oh no!
afterwards.
Yes.
All nighter.
The fucking
It's not a school
the
night,
class.
though. Wait, yes, it
a
is.
school
It
night.
is a
Yeah.
school
It is
night.
school
Oh
night.
shoot.
It is
Mhm.
absolutely a
Oh
school
no! What
No.
happens when the
night.
top of the class go clubbing on a school night and blame it
It's
on
for
homework
extra credit.
for a job?
We were on the job
Wow.
for sure.
Wow. But yeah, you are able to easily follow Jaden's directions. It helps getting directions from someone who has lived here their entire life. Like, they don't give you bullshit like turn 3 lefts and then a right. He gives you very easy directions to follow. And you get to the Tipsy Goat Tavern. You realize you've probably passed like 2 streets over. Like the main street that often runs through a lot of shops, and like the street that goes out of Old Haven's like main gate is tavern's basically like 2 streets over, so it's pretty close to the main street. You see that there's this nice like uh narrow but like long like townhouse style 3 stories. And when you walk in, you see that despite it being like early afternoon on Deus Day, so like Thursday, there's a kind of open area in the center. There's these 3 floors that kind of wrap around, and just a huge bar. There's tons of people already in here, like eating, drinking. It seems to be like both a place to come to get drinks, a place to come to eat, a place to stay, and it's definitely packed. Uh, there's a bunch of people behind the bar, and you see, when you kind of walk in, that Jaden is already like was like looking for your group at the door. It was like, "Hey, sorry, I didn't mean to be like really demanding about coming here. Um, it's just so annoying to wait 10 minutes to
Yeah.
respond.
No.
And then when someone texts multiple times, you can't text until you receive their text. And then by then I forget that I've been texted. So if I ever don't text you back, it's just because I was waiting to text you, and then another message came through, and then I forgot.
Don't worry.
So,
That is okay.
uh, but yeah, no, actually, we're about to get our picture taken. Have you ever gotten your picture taken?
No.
What
Yes.
is that?
So it like a painting, but instant, magically, like
Okay.
frozen time, kind of like what like they do with the portrait, except it takes forever when they do the whole like class portrait. It looks just about as grainy, but Law apparently does this for all of his groups that he sponsors, and he puts their picture up. So I'm going to be on the wall of a bar. Isn't that awesome?
That's amazing. That's so
cool.
wonderful.
Yeah, and so it's going to be the whole group. So like we're getting ready to do that, but I can absolutely tell you all about dress code
Yes, please.
The night I went, it was like a little different than their usual night. It was more for the guys. But I'm sure I could reverse engineer what he like points to everyone who's not Teddy what you all wear. So we could definitely figure that out.
Sure.
It was a lot of really tight clothing. Not super buttoned up.
Okay.
Or no shirt. That's what I did. Because I was like, I don't want to go buy another shirt that isn't really my style, so I just won't wear one.
Makes sense.
So it's hot. It gets really warm. A lot of people. And loud. Like I felt it in my bones. It was good music.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. So, but yeah, people wear like ripped leather, spikes.
Oh.
You gotta watch out. There's some spikes.
They wouldn't happen to be silvered spikes, would they?
No, I mean maybe like the color, but definitely not like real.
I'm
That would
just
be
teasing.
expensive. But yeah, no, like it's really popular with like a lot of genasi, a lot of tieflings go there. A lot of like goblin folks, so like hobgoblins, bugbears, goblins.
All the gay races.
The night elves. it's yeah. So it's a cool place. It's a real cool vibe. Yeah, Marigold, I think you'd fit right in. I think you'd have a really great time. So
Oh, that's really exciting.
yeah, I'm sure they'll all love you. I mean, I'm sure they'll love all of you, but like,
Mhm.
find interest.
Gotta plan out my outfit.
Oh.
Same.
But yeah, well,
We would
no,
stand
sorry.
out in our current attire. Yeah.
The full battle gear would possibly be a little bit of. You could honestly, it would be really warm, but I feel like you could wear it under something and then like put things on top, so it looks like intentional, but like not like you're intentionally wearing armor, but intentional like you're trying to convey the style of armor.
Okay. Okay.
Like an armor aesthetic. They're really
Oh.
about aesthetic there.
Okay.
They call anything an aesthetic.
Oh, neat.
So
Sounds super cool.
yeah, no, like it's a wild time. I've been a couple times. Honestly, I need a recovery of like a week or two after. So, but if you're going for work, you probably won't be drinking. I don't know, maybe you will be. He like looks around and realizes he's sponsored by a tavern. Is like, I don't know, maybe you will be. For the job, you know. So.
Yeah, I think we're just deciding if we need to like start incognito, you know, so as to not scare away the potential target, you know.
Well, I mean, I'm always about a theme, right?
Yeah.
Down for a theme
Yeah.
party. But I think if you show up like not when it opens, people might be too drunk to notice that you're kind of standing out, you know? Gets late enough.
Yeah.
Day stay is popular day to go. Same with any day of the weekend. So as long as you're not going on like Moon Day, it's probably fine.
Good to know. Thank you so much for your expertise and your insight.
Yeah, it's why I couldn't just You would
There's a
actually
lot.
you would have missed the opportunity to get into the club by the time you received all the messages I just said out loud.
Yeah. Those tablets kind of suck.
Really, I
guess
mean,
It's
you know,
better than nothing. Yeah.
I guess, yeah. But sometimes a good hand-fashioned letter, it's real soothing, to the soul.
Right. You can put so much information, so many pages.
So much personality in a letter. Yeah.
Totally.
I like letters.
Don't mind me taking notes about Jaden and like he likes it. Handwritten
Yeah, you're
notes.
taking notes about Jaden, huh?
Just so I know. Just so I know.
Write him some letters.
Maybe.
Put a letter along with the propagated plant you're gonna give him.
Yeah. We're best buds, right? We're buddies.
That's what friends
That's what buddies do.
For sure.
No, I don't know. I'm still shopping around,
Yeah, you got to. You're about to go to a whole club.
I'm about to go to a whole club.
You can't marry the first person who asks.
That's right.
You can't marry the first rich man you see. You gotta go to the second.
Serenity's Roof.
That's because the first rich man that you see is already taken.
Who's the first? No, the first rich man. Well, I guess he wasn't rich. The first man you met was Xanthi's brother. The first powerful man was Xanthi's brother. He's just very bad at. He's still very much.
Technically, the first rich man we met was Jaden. So.
Oh my god, you're right.
There.
Shoot. Never mind.
But you didn't know it at the time.
We didn't know, but that doesn't make him not rich. Just because we
Maybe
don't
he's
know.
not rich. Maybe he doesn't have his dad's money.
He has his
You
dad's
haven't
money.
asked.
We haven't
Have you
asked.
asked?
But he did offer. No, that was Teddy. Never mind.
You're like, wait, hold up.
Wait a minute.
I'm texting my friend who does go to clubs. I'm not a clubber. Like, what would a man wear to club? I need to.
It would
I
be
need
a
to
like
find a
very
good outfit.
low cut, tight button up shirt. Teddy could go
Slay.
with the classic like white collared button up shirt, dark slacks,
Yeah. Okay.
some jewelry, rings. But yeah, you see Jaden goes, oh yeah, do you all wanna come see this like Magitech
Is this
device
picture?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Cool. So he leads you around the side of the tavern, and you start to see on the wall like several pictures of squads like kind of posing in different poses, I guess, different arrays of like that give off personality of their squad. And as you are all walking, I will say like a couple into there's like maybe 10 or 12 pictures. Like it appears when you sponsor a squad, it's normally for the entirety of like their 3-year contract. Doesn't have to be, but usually it is. If they stay in Old Haven, if they get moved somewhere else, then it'll just be that first year. So it varies. But as you walk, you see if is anyone looking at the pictures or just kind of like following Jaden?
I'd like to just kind of
let's glance at them.
As you're walking, you see a few different squads. Where did I put that information? And you see, as you're going, you have to take a double take because it's a squad of 3 people, and one of them looks exactly like Teddy, unless he had black hair. A long-haired, black, green eyes, standing with what looks to be a Air Genasi and a Goliath.
My dad.
You look and that doesn't exactly look like your dad, but
Not
similar.
my dad.
Perhaps the same bloodline as your father.
Squint.
Who's the Air Genasi?
Air Genasi looks very similar to no wait, hold on. Yeah, Air Genasi looks very similar to a younger version of your mom.
Interesting.
I just imagine both Teddy and Marigold like
Yeah, this picture, Xanthi and Haze, you see both Teddy and Marigold like stop and intensely look at this picture. Unless I'm getting your mother's Genasi race wrong,
Oh,
but
you're
I
right.
don't believe I am with her last name.
Makes sense. Oh.
So it looks like kind of like her, but not.
No, it looks like your mom.
Oh,
I
it
was
does?
just, I would
Oh,
assume, I don't
okay.
know how many pictures you've seen of your mom
Oh,
at like 20 something, essentially.
that's true.
But, and then it looks like almost a carbon copy of Teddy, but just black hair
Oh my god.
and green eyes. Long black hair. Kind of a little skinnier of a guy. And then Goliath, who's definitely doing the like classic like
Yeah.
bodyguard pose, like behind them, taller.
I think Marigold like stares at the photo, just like kind of like shocked, and then like I guess puts a inky finger to the, because I imagine it's behind a glass frame, and like
It's
touches
like the classic, like slightly dusty, like crooked in a
Yeah.
tub glass frame. Yeah.
touches like the photo.
Mhm.
Oh, that's so cool.
Uh,
You know them? Are those your relatives?
I think Marigold
I'd
like
say your parents
pauses
watch
for
together, right?
like a second before, like, or not pauses, it's just like maybe it takes a minute for Xanthi's like words to kind of process
Mhm.
in her brain, and she's like, oh yes, this is my mom.
Hmm.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I'm guessing here that that is my uncle, Sebastian.
Wait, I thought that my mom was in the party with your dad.
That's what I thought as well.
Is Teddy's uncle really his dad?
Ah!
Interesting. Interesting.
Well,
I will
I
say
mean-
what you got though is that Teddy's dad and Teddy's uncle were in the same class as
Mhm.
Mom, not necessarily the same
Oh.
squad.
Okay.
Mhm.
Okay.
I
Well,
like that
this
theory.
is definitely my mom, so
She's very beautiful.
yeah.
I can see where like you get your kind of like gestures to like one of the features that they have in common, you know. I don't know if
That
it's like
feature.
hair, face shape. I don't know. I can't visualize it.
You have
but,
Height,
you know,
is
I'm
she
sure there's
5'1"?
something.
She's short.
I can see
She
where
is short. Her mom is
She's
short. Wait,
short
I think.
compared
Let
to,
me. I have the sheet up. How tall is she? There. Yeah, she's 5'2".
Wow.
Is 1 inch taller than Marigold.
The height.
I can see where you get your height from.
Yeah, they don't have like a ton of like really close similarities, but you can definitely tell that they're related. Yeah. So I'm not really sure what features, but look similar.
You can
but,
tell
like,
there's something there.
yeah, there's something there.
Wow. What a weird coincidence. Such a small world, right?
Yeah.
It is. I may need to find my way back here eventually to speak with Law.
You see that Jaden's just been like awkwardly. He was like leading you, and then all of a sudden you all
Sorry.
stopped and like stared. He's like, well, that's pretty crazy. Maybe there's like a year or something, like when it was taken. You both didn't know. Never mind. That's probably you didn't know. You would have known if you know.
I mean-
Never mind. That's a dumb question. Yeah.
There are no dumb questions, Jaden.
No, that's not true. I've definitely asked some.
No.
Teddy,
I love him.
No.
Teddy, did you not know that your uncle was in the volunteers?
I did know that. My father, it never speaks about him. I didn't even know that I had an uncle until I was 11.
Oh.
He just doesn't speak about him. So I found out and have tried to learn what I can of him, but not much. So knowing that somebody here has worked with him in some capacity, that is very interesting to me, and I would love to learn more about him if I have the chance to.
Yeah. Sounds like one of the best places to do that.
Yeah.
And hopefully you find what you're looking for.
Marigold is gonna look at the picture again to see if her mom has the compass.
Yeah. You look and see that hanging off of kind of her belt, she's wearing like a shirt tucked into some like cargo-y pants, some fantasy cargo pants.
Yeah.
That it's hanging off the right side of her belt. You see, I don't think you gave your mom a class, did you?
I did.
What was it again?
She is a Horizon Walker Ranger.
I had a feeling it was something rangery.
Yeah. Yeah, that
that's-
is her
yeah.
class and subclass.
Yeah, so you see that she's got that compass. She has kind of a like two swords on her back and a bow. You see that the Goliath seems to be just like arms crossed, in a very similar pose to Lialia. Something monk about that man. And then you see that Sebastian is kind of just standing. He's got kind of like one arm on his shoulder, or one hand on his shoulder, and you can see what looks to be just like a thin, like wand in his hand down at his side.
Marigold reaches her hand into her pocket and touches the compass.
Could I make an insight check on my buddy Marigold to see if she seems like distressed by seeing this picture, or like what's kind of like the emotion that's like kind of causing her to pause? And oh my gosh, I rolled a 2. I wanna
No,
know.
Teddy,
Sorry.
you're too
Wanna
distracted yourself.
know. Yeah.
You're very distracted.
It's a 6 with my
because-
modifier.
Wow, it seems like Marigold's staring at this picture, or maybe she's just not blinking. I don't know.
Maybe she fell asleep.
A lot.
Oh,
yeah.
I would like to know some things about what her mom looks like. Mom description. I'm so excited. She's so cute. Her mom is she has white hair and it looks like it's being blown in the breeze. It's done in like a French braid that kind of goes into a high ponytail. And she has light purple skin, human-shaped ears, and her eyes are light gray. And she's short, and she looks very strong and adventurous and calm in the photo. That's like kind of her demeanor, and you can tell. Now I think that you've seen her mom, you can kind of pick up on some of the more like Air Genasi traits that Marigold has. Like her ears weren't as frilled out as Jet's were. They're kind of look a bit more like a hybrid between a water Genasi and a human ear. Her skin is more of like a blue color as opposed to being like a blue-green. So you can kind of see how the spectrum of colors has led to this skin tone. And then some other features that vague features, they look related, but
I think Teddy will kind of pull himself away after a little bit to go see this like picture thing. Probably still very like distracted, but like okay, I'll be back. You know, just like processing. Aw.
Tuck that away for later.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Fine.
see, as you all see that Jaden kind of leads you to the area, it essentially just looks like a Magitech old-timey camera. It's just like the big, you know, the one where the person has to get like under the
Mhm.
fucking hood to
Yes.
take a picture. But
Yeah.
there's a little bit more magic-y like dials and things on it. You see the group like basically they're like, oh, Jaden, come on, like we're about to get in the picture. He's like, oh shit. Runs over there. You see that the sorcerer goblin Boz is there, like pointing at the camera. You see that Russell is standing in the back, kind of very stoic. He's got like his sword in the classic, just like standing there. And the monk tries to flick off the camera and then gets told no, that they can't do that. And then she goes with just the classic. I think it's trained actually to just like flare out the biceps. And you see that Jaden has his two war hammers, and he kind of just rests both of them behind his head like this, as he's kind of like doing that pose in the picture, and it gets snapped, and then the kind of gnome who's taking the picture, overhear that it's going to take kind of a few days for the picture to process, and then they can put it up on the wall. Yeah, you see Jaden comes back over, is like, I'm so excited to see whatever that turns out to look like. But he like catches like Teddy and Marigold kind of like having a moment. He's like, you know, before you go clubbing, you are supposed to pregame. It is a little early, but do you all want to drink or
I'm
food?
but
We do need
food
to
would be
eat,
nice.
right?
Okay, yeah, there's great food here. So you'll get some food, or I don't want to
What do
hold
you
you up.
recommend?
So, oh, because I'm on Jacket Potato Talk.
Ooh.
They're basically like loaded baked potatoes, but in England they're called jacket potatoes.
That's a cute
It's
name.
cute.
Right? And I'm gonna call
Aw.
it that. Yeah. So it's just like a stuffed loaded baked potato. So
Great.
yeah, Jaden's like, yeah, like the jacket potatoes, you could get like ham on them, you get cheese on them, you could get fish. They do like a smoked fish on it, um, gravy, all options. You could do one that's all of them. It's honestly a lot of money, and it doesn't taste that good. The flavors just don't. Like, why would you want smoked, right? Like smoked fish.
With
It just
But
gravy.
sometimes less is more.
exactly. You know, sometimes you need to know exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah.
But
Speaking of, where's the owner?
oh, Law. He kind of looks around. He's like, he was just here. I think he's maybe refilling a keg, but yeah, he's here today. So, do you want? I could go try to find him and also put an order a round of jacket potatoes.
Yeah.
We could just get like one of each.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Good.
that sounds great.
A flight of jacket potatoes.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
Incredible.
Wait, can we get a flight of beer as well? So that way, like a pairing of the beer
Oh, a
with
pairing.
the jacket potato.
you Jaden's like, that's a great idea. I don't think we
know.
do that, but like, I'll bring that up to Law. Like, we could get
Yeah.
that in place. Yeah, I'll be back. And Jaden heads out. Do you all have any conversation while he's gone, or just kind of
I think
stare at each other?
Marigold goes back to the photo and keeps like staring at it.
Aww.
Is she staring at it intently or just not blinking? Who's to say?
Who
It's
knows?
both.
Both.
Wonder
Yeah.
if she misses her mom. That's hard. I miss being away from home too.
Yeah.
So do I.
Mm.
Yeah.
This is actually the longest I've been away from all of my family, like ever,
Me too.
Same here.
Or kind of.
anyone that I know.
Yeah. I mean, my mom's gone for a few months at a time doing research.
Mm,
She's gone for a whole year once, and that was hard.
that's
But
rough.
other than that, yeah,
Wow,
the longest I've been away from dad and my sister, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you have a sister as well.
Do. Yeah.
What's her name?
Laura. She's only a little younger. A year or so.
Nice.
Yeah.
She planning on following in yours and Castor's footsteps and joining the
No,
volunteers?
no. Absolutely not. She's more academic like our parents. She wants to be an astrologer.
That's wonderful.
Astronomer. Sorry.
No, astrologer. That's it. You made it. It's a new
I know.
one. That's
You can
what the
be both.
class specializes in.
That
No.
makes sense in D&D with like divination
Honestly.
and shit,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, really.
That's it. Astrologer. Write
Wow.
it down.
All right, let's go. Fine. I have said astronomer on like everything else, but
You just got it wrong. She actually meant astrologer.
Just the fumes of like
Oh.
the ale and mead and everything
Yeah.
is already getting to Haze.
Exactly. Haze
Wow.
doesn't drink.
His is
Teddy
it.
all
Drink.
right.
So, yeah,
So
smell like
brother,
things
sister,
could do it. Sister.
brother and sisters.
Oh yes, brother and sister.
And then Teddy, you have siblings too?
I have a brother, yes. His name is Atticus.
Oh. Wow. You met one of my brothers, but I have another one. Omri is still in Serenity's Roost.
Mhm.
He's super cool. He's a Griffin rider.
Oh, wow.
I'm
You did
assuming
say that you
he's
rode a
older?
brother's griffin here. Is that
Yeah.
the one?
Mhm.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. So it's weird being away from all your family, you know?
Yeah. And of course you have the tablet. I know that he hasn't responded.
Oh.
But
It's fine.
text him whenever you'd like. Hopefully he will.
Yeah.
Mages are
I
very
texted him
busy.
a few more times, but he's, you know.
Xanthi was texting him the entire time you were walking from Hidden Hills to here. Just like, hey, what are you doing?
I love you. I miss you.
Aw.
Lunch tomorrow?
Fine.
Yeah.
There's actually still like 7 pending messages that it just hasn't, the time hasn't caught up yet to send them.
Yeah, I guess you're busy. It's okay. Just whenever you get a chance. Okay. Oh, love you. Bye. Well, I mean, but
Yeah.
it's exciting being here, and we get a chance
Yes.
to do new things and meet new people.
Yeah. Exciting.
As you all are sitting around the table, Marigold is looking at the picture. You see that Jaden comes back. He's got like 3 tankards in his hand, and there's 2 more in one of the people that is following him. You see what looks to be just kind of like a human. He's got like kind of windswept brown hair, deep, or like a kind of bushy. I hate this fucking camera because I have to look at myself when I'm talking. He has like a bushy kind of, almost well kept, but not. It's like woodsman, you know, like a
Rugged.
yeah, it's rugged. He's got a rugged beard, kind of deep brown eyes. Looks to be probably in his like mid 50s or so for a human. Um, and you see he comes over, and it's like, uh, hey, Law, it's great to meet you all. Jaden was telling me that some of you might have family that my family sponsored, and that's awesome. That's amazing. We love sponsoring volunteers. So, oh, and he like puts down two of the drinks, and Jaden puts down the other ones. They're just big, freaking steins of beer. He's like, also those jacket potatoes are on the house. They're coming soon. Whenever
Well, thank you very
uh,
much.
That's so
he takes
nice.
the order in. But yeah,
Teddy will go and grab Marigold if she hasn't like heard
yeah,
this
that's fair.
conversation and just
Yeah.
say, Law is here if you wanted to speak to him about your
Oh.
mother.
Yes. And she
Kind of like, I don't know, does she seem like fragile right now? Like he doesn't want to be like, hey, like he's not trying to, I don't know, he's trying to be like sensitive if
I
she's
feel
like having
like
a moment.
she doesn't seem fragile. I think she seems like a little spacey, like she's thinking about something else.
Okay.
But like after you say that Law is over, she like is less spacey.
Sure. Duly noted.
Yeah, so Jaden was just telling me that what were the names again, or I guess what class were they a part of? He's kind of like trying to judge like the age of you all and himself and be like, how's this age range going to work?
Yeah. Right.
Because it's was like 35 years ago, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember the
It
number
was class
of the
102, I
class.
think.
Okay,
Should be,
I did remember. Sweet.
35. Yeah.
Yeah, class. Yeah, my mom, she was in class 102.
Oh, yeah. That was back when I was, well, probably close to all y'all's age. So I was helping my father run the place. But yeah, class 102. What were the names again?
Lark Cirrus.
Oh, Lark and wait, hold on. Yeah, it was Lark and Sebastian and the big guy. He was honestly kind of scary. Yeah. Oh, Nazmi, the big dude. No, yeah, they were. They were sponsored for only a year, I think. They got stationed outside of Old Haven after, but yeah, they were all some troublemakers. Definitely a rambunctious group, for sure. But yeah,
If you don't mind me asking, Teddy Lockhart, Sebastian
no,
is my
I honestly could have,
uncle.
yeah, nearly identical. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
What class you mentioned? I actually haven't met him ever.
Oh, what did like what he was good
What
at,
did he?
kind of
Yes,
vibes?
yeah. I mean, he was a caster, obviously of some kind. But
Yeah, he was a bit of a weird guy. No offense, I know
none
he's your
taken.
uncle, but he could use some real spooky magic. Um, he talked about making deals, so
All right.
I think we could assume, but I don't want to. But we could assume,
Sure. Yes.
he was always really broody.
Oh.
That's where you're not the same. That's where it kind of differs. You don't seem like the brooding type.
I'd like to think not. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I know that you are busy. You're running a tavern and everything, but if at any point, if you have any stories, I would love to come by and learn a little
Yes.
more.
I
Yeah,
would love to hear
absolutely.
stories as well. Well, I may have heard some already, but
Yeah, well,
what
you
did
see
you
he kind of
think
looks around.
of my mom?
Oh, she was definitely in charge of the group. They definitely respected and listened to what she said. However, I do think a lot of the more outlandish ideas were actually her idea. So,
Yeah,
definitely a leader in that regard.
that sounds right. I actually have a question for you, Lucas.
Yes.
So I picture Marigold's parents the type to like bring family friends around, and to and that like one of those families where it's like, oh, like the family friends of the parents are kind of like pseudo aunts and uncles
Mhm.
to the kids. Would I have met Teddy's uncle?
If you've
You
met the
would.
man and I haven't, so help me.
Is he
No, I'm
my
kidding.
pseudo uncle and not your uncle?
Y'all are
Um,
basically related.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Can't date anymore. I'm
Um,
sorry.
No, stop.
Off the table. In the
You're
tree.
committed to Zarius. It's okay. It's okay.
um,
I want people
you have
competing for my
not.
hand.
You have not. You have not met Sebastian. You can't recall, kind of like anyone coming by when you were younger that kind of fits that description.
Have I met the
Um,
Goliath?
and
His
the
name.
Goliath, you have like maybe a really vague memory from much younger, of which you're not sure because when you're young, everyone's big, and you're like, he would already be like, how is this the Goliath, or is this just like a normal human that you just
Yeah.
thought was tall? You're not really sure, but definitely none. Um, in times when you have more memory as than just a wee child. Um, so, yeah, no, no, have not met them.
Cool.
Yeah, you see logos. Yeah, absolutely. It's been quite a while. Honestly, my memory's been a bit jogged by all this. So absolutely, maybe one of the slower days you can come by the tavern. Usually we're kind of slower in the start of the week. So yeah, I'd love to talk more and know what they're doing now. Well, if he kind of points more to Marigold. What Lark's up to now. I'd love to hear that. What they've all accomplished. Yeah, I haven't seen them in decades now.
Yeah.
Well, thank you again very much for the jacket potatoes and for the hospitality and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, I'll get those sent to you as soon as they come out of the kitchen, and I hope you all enjoy the rest of your time here. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
And you see he like heads out. He like yells at one of the servers to go check on the jacket potatoes. The whole time Jaden's just been like slowly sipping his beer and sitting next to you.
Weird.
Teddy,
Yes.
I don't really remember your uncle coming around the house when I was younger, so I don't think I know anything about him to share. Was he your dad's twin? If they're in the same class, were they the same age? Or, I mean, we're all different ages. Well, I actually don't know any of your ages.
I'm 22.
I'm practically 20.
Practically.
Well, next month.
Oh,
Really?
that's exciting. We should celebrate.
Summer solstice.
Oh, wow.
I'll
Easy to
be 25
remember.
a week later.
Oh, wow.
Birthday buddies.
Yeah.
When's Jaden's birthday?
When's Jaden's birthday? Does he say so?
Did I not roll for Jaden's? I don't think I rolled for Zarius's birthday. I don't think I
Yeah.
rolled for Jaden's birthday.
Yeah, roll for it, man. I can roll for it if you want.
Gotcha. I guess he would be here, so yeah, someone roll me Jaden's birthday while he's here.
I got you.
Oh, actually, it
Marigold.
has to be in the fall. I forgot. There is the. I did give him a year or a time frame
Mm.
because out of character, his group are called the Fall Guys because they're all born in fall.
Oh, that's
Cute.
really funny.
Oh my god.
I
Great.
love that.
We gotta get on this name.
You gotta figure it out.
Really, really.
You could say almost
oh,
have
wait,
all the
wait, wait,
seasons
wait.
but one.
Can we rewind it a little bit so that
Yeah,
way
rewind
Marigold has a chance to ask
Well, Jaden,
what her mom's
birthday.
party's name was, if she doesn't already know.
You
She
asked
might already know.
and because I don't have it set out,
Oh no.
you
That's
you
going
can
with
come
another
up with
party
it.
name.
You
Oh
can come up
god.
with it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
birthday.
and you see that
law.
law's like, oh, it's been forever. I just called them the troublemakers, but I don't think that's what they called themselves.
Probably not.
What was it, Morgan?
The 13th of month 10.
And 13.
Oh my
I
gosh,
love
that's
it.
like the day after Teddy's birthday.
Oh my god.
Oh, wait, no, that's not right.
Oh.
No, Teddy, it's close to Teddy's
It
birthday,
is.
though, right?
It is the day right after. That's
Oh
crazy.
my god, that's
my
crazy.
Oh my
gosh.
god, wow.
Also, stop
birthday
being
buddy.
similar to my brother, please. You're already a redheaded druid, and you can't be born in the same month, too.
10-13.
I already forgot how to add a little like note to that.
You right-click it, and then there should be a little
Oh, there it
note.
is. Jaden's birthday.
Jaden's birthday!
Marked. Marigold, to answer your question, I wish I knew, but I know nothing other than his name and that they're brothers. Sorry.
Well, hopefully we can uncover this mystery as a group. We could help. If you would like, of course. I don't want to impose. But,
Oh.
I mean, if we can't find more information, I'm sure we could ask my mom.
If she would be willing to speak about it, I would
Oh,
love to hear.
I'm sure she would. She would tell us stories about her time in the volunteers all the time.
I think I would like that a lot.
Great.
Potatoes arrive on the table.
Dig
Go
in.
to town
They're
on some
delicious.
jacket potatoes.
Marigold definitely takes her time to, test out the potato flight pairings with beer flight to
Yeah.
see, which is the best combination.
Absolutely. Yeah. You all get plenty of food, plenty of beer if you want it, or non-alcoholic. What's a non-alcoholic? Like root beer.
They make
we'll say that they
non-alcoholic
serve root
actual
beer.
beers. You should know this, bro.
No, but I don't think they make it in a fantasy world. That's a
Okay.
real world thing. Fantasy says you're either getting your beer alcoholic or you're getting another drink.
Alright,
Um,
alright, that's fine.
Yeah, you can
Teddy's
have
probably sticking with something dry.
yes, have some root beer.
Yeah.
Teddy seems like
Beer!
the kind that would
Clink.
love some root beer.
Cheers.
Fanta.
Fantastic.
Xanthi, I think. Wait, is Xanthi drinking beer or no?
Yeah.
Xanthi, I think if you try this combination of jacket potato and beer, it really does enhance the flavor of the other. I think this pairing is the best one.
Oh,
What is
okay.
your opinion?
Oh, yeah. Here, you can try mine.
Oh, okay.
That's good. That's a good one. She's just enjoying sampling the
Aww.
different
Beautiful.
beers. Yeah.
Yay.
She can hold her liquor.
So can Marigold.
No.
Is Marigold also having quite a few of these beers?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. We got the dry room and the room that's
party
partying.
room. Dry,
Yeah, the party room.
Yeah. That's really funny.
Speaking of, can Haze kind of like sidebar Jaden and be like, so is it like a social requirement, like expectation to be like drinking at the nightclub, or is it like okay if you don't? I don't like have any issues with other people, of course. There's personal stuff.
So actually, they have this like. I mean, I drank, which is why I needed several days to recover. So it might be good not to drink, but I do know that like.
We do have class tomorrow.
You're gonna go tonight?
Yes, that was the plan.
I thought that's
okay. Nice. Yeah, I see it. Hey, yeah. Why not? It's been a few like stressful weeks. You all are like keeping top dog. Like you got to blow off some steam. Sure.
Something like that.
At least we don't have a jujitsu. Oh my! Can you imagine a jujitsu final hungover? That would be awful.
I
Dude.
can't imagine, unfortunately. Or
Well, we don't have to
unfortunately.
because you've never been hungover.
No. Is that bad?
It's awful. Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
pretty bad. Yeah, it's like if you're sick, but you made yourself ill and you are anxious about everything you did the night before. So,
Oh, yeah.
but it's a lot of fun getting to that point. So there's a whole thing. Yeah. But anyway, back to the
Yes.
bar. No, you don't have to drink.
Okay.
Okay. You could just like, you could like give your drink to one of your friends and just like hold an hold the empty glass and dance. So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's good to know.
Or just say like you're the designated person to make sure everyone gets home safe. Like, people won't care, you know? It's not like they don't make you do like shots at the door. Although, that would be I'd go to that night. That would be pretty fun. Like free Xanthi.
Yeah.
Next time you do your like gambling ring,
Yeah.
you could do shots.
We can definitely fit this in there somewhere.
Okay.
We can we can play dare.
Yeah.
It's like truth or dare, but like it's just
no truth.
Just a dare.
I feel like the truth would be interesting though.
I guess.
Oh,
Well, not in
Sam.
Serenity's Roost, because like everybody knows everything about everyone. So it's just really like dare, or I guess if you could like drink or dare.
Double dare.
That's really what we came up with.
If you know everything, is there like rumors about things that have happened?
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Any interesting rumors? Or crazy stories?
I mean, there's tons of crazy stories. I mean, we're out kind of on the edge of everything, so yeah, we've heard all sorts of crazy stories about, I don't know, like monsters and beasts and weird happenings and, you know, small town stuff.
Just Appalachia.
Oh my god.
He's got cryptids out there. That's really
well, if you want to share any of the stories, that could be fun.
Yeah.
I mean, okay. Sure, I've got stories. Oh, you mean like now?
Oh, no, it doesn't have to be now.
Oh, okay.
We do need to get appropriately dressed for going to the club.
Right, because we don't want to scare off the potential target if he's there, right? Like, are we going in? We're gonna find the bartender, question her some, and then like maybe she has some leads on this guy. Maybe
Yeah.
he's returned to the scene of the crime.
Mm-hmm.
That could happen.
Jaden, I know you likely have other things going on today with your group, but if you have some time, would you be interested in coming with us to kind of point out some potential good outfits or garb for tonight?
Yeah, I can go with you. I'm not the most stylish guy, but yeah, I could help at least point you into other attire. Sure, yeah, that sounds great.
Wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure whatever you pick, Teddy, you're gonna look fantastic in. So
This is me, sorry. This is why I can't ever play smooth or suave guys in D&D, because anything happens, I'm like, a flirt! He's a lot more like suave about it. He's like, well, thank you very much, Jaden. You say that you're not very stylish, but I've seen you dress.
like, well, as long as like I can, show off, like it's gotta have the ability for, movement.
Yeah, of course.
Well, okay. Yeah, I'll go check with my group. I don't think we have anything planned. I think we're gonna help Law run trivia this evening, but I'm not good at trivia. So
Truly no
If you're
obligation if
strutting
you have
it.
things to do. But
No,
also
it's in the evening, and I'm assuming you all are going to be heading. Well, I could help you, shop and then come back and help set up the tables and everything. Really, I think they just need me and Russell to move all the tables together. So, which I don't understand because Katsley could absolutely do it herself, and Boz has magic. So, I think it's supposed to be like team bonding.
Jaden, how are you supposed to build character if you're not pushing tables together every Thursday night?
It's true.
Is
Nothing builds character like manual labor.
Is your team not able to bond without moving tables?
We have tried, but well, you remember. You see, he kind of like lowers his voice a little bit. He's like, you remember the whole like fight, punching situation.
Yes.
So we're trying to do. Law's really trying. He's pulling out all the stops to try to figure out how we can come together. So
I think it's very insightful.
yeah, I'm sure it'll.
He seems like a
things
great
will improve.
sponsor.
He's great. He loves to just talk and chat, and yeah, he's really great. But yeah, well, we'll finish up eating and go get some new attire, some new
Sounds
garments. Awesome. And I think we will end tonight with you all finishing up your food and getting ready to go get some outfits to go clubbing.
No.
For game night. You know what? It wasn't a gay nightclub, but now it is. So congratulations.
Happy
Back in
Pride.
June.
Oh,